Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this Maidenhead Development Management Committee on Thursday, the 19th of December, 2024. I'm Michael Lloyd. I'm clerk to the committee tonight. I'm just making the introduction on behalf of the chair. This meeting is being held in person and via Zoom, streams live to the public on YouTube. I remind all attendees that participation in the meeting indicates consent to the audio and video being live streamed and acknowledgement that after the meeting it will continue to be in the public domain. Firstly, it would be useful if all committee members and officers would introduce themselves so that the public are aware of who is in this meeting and the role they are undertaking. So I say I'm Michael Lloyd and I'm clerk to the committee.
Good evening. Sorry, I haven't used all this technology before. I've chaired these meetings a number of times, but not since we had the technology. I'm Councillor Jeff Hill. I'll be chairing the meeting tonight. I just want to say one additional thing. There's sort of rumours kicking around that for some reason we have prevented the Cookham Society from speaking. That's not quite the case. The case is that we did offer a slot to the Cookham Society and they declined to speak. So Now, I knew you'd say that. Now, if you're not quiet, I'll ask you to leave the room. But we did offer the Cookham Society an opportunity to speak. That was Mr. Scarf, and he decided not to take that opportunity. That's what happened. I'm not going to have any more of it. Okay? Right, we'll move on.
My name is Louise Reid. My role is Deputy Head of Planning.
Hello, my name is Nick Westlake. I'm a Principal Planning Officer.
Good evening, members and members of the public. I'm Catriona Herbert, Head of Legal. I'm the legal advisor to the panel. So, can you hear me now? No. I'm Catriona Herbert, Head of Legal. I'm the legal advisor to the committee this evening. Thank you.
Councillor Helen Taylor, member of the panel.
Councillor Asghar Majid, member of the panel.
Councillor Leo Walters, a member for Bray, a member of the panel.
Hello, good evening. Councillor Gert Singh, I'm a voting member of the panel.
Guy Baskerville, voting member of the panel.
Councillor Mark Wilson, voting member of the panel and substitution for Mandy Bra.
Councillor Gary Reeves, voting member of the panel.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Councillor Jack Douglas. I'm a voting member of the panel.
So I request meeting participants do not speak unless the chair has specifically invited people to do so. Once the chair has invited you to speak, before doing so, please state your name and capacity in which you speak if appropriate. If any individual attempts to disrupt the meeting, the chair will use their powers in the Constitution to adjourn the meeting or have any individual removed. With that, we'll start the agenda items. So for tonight, we have apologies from Councillor Hunt, from Councillor Martin and from Councillor Bra, and they are being substituted by Councillor Majid, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Baskerville.
Okay, so the first item on the agenda is land east of Strand Park at Strand Lane. Sorry, we need to approve the minutes first. Do we agree the minutes of the last meeting? My apologies for missing that. We agree. Thank you very much, councillors. And then declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest on any item, councillors? No? Okay, I'll move on. So the first item on the agenda is land east of Strand Park, Strand Lane, Cookham, Maidenhead. And I'll ask the planning officer to introduce the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to start with an update on the National Planning Policy Framework. Some of you may already be aware that this document was updated very recently, last Thursday, in fact, the 12th of December. And in order to keep everyone informed, we have done a short set framework for how it affects this particular application. It is included within the supplementary documents, but I'll read it out so that I can emphasise the areas that you will need to keep in mind when coming to your decision. To start with, the report sets out the relevant local and national planning policies, together with the pro forma requirements for the site, subject to planning conditions and a signed legal agreement, and all of which has been adhered to. The local plan policies do not become out of date due to the MPPF's recent updates. The BLP remains a starting point for determining the application, which is supported by the new MPPF and by RBWM's housing supply position. The key change in the new MPPF is that the council has to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. Due to the modest housing shortage against the 5-year housing land requirement, currently we're sitting at 4.69 years against a 5-year requirement. This means that the tilted balance of the MPPF will now take effect. Previously, it was protected by having an up-to-date plan. Now it's no longer protected. So we're now into what's called tilted balance. The newness of the BLP is no longer a factor for consideration, and it's important to keep that in mind. Only paragraph 11D2 is relevant in this case, as the application site is not in a protected area. Within the MPPF, the new MPPF, there's this number of criteria which can be taken into account. This site in its own right doesn't fall within any of them. So to quote paragraph 11D2, this requires decision makers to grant permission of applications unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So the tilted balance is in favour of granting permission. That's why it's called tilted balance. So when assessed against the policies in this framework taken as a whole, having particular regard to key policies for directing development to sustainable locations, making effective use of land, securing well-designed places, and providing affordable homes, individually or in combination. So the tilted balance does make a big difference. The other policy of note is the change in paragraph 175. This says the sequential test should be used in areas known to be at risk now or in the future from any form of flooding, except in the situations where a site-specific flood risk assessment demonstrates that no built environment within the site boundary, including access or escape routes, land raising or other potentially vulnerable elements, would be located on an area that would be at risk of flooding from any source. So please keep in mind the changes to 175 as well. And that includes now and in the future, having regard to the potential changes in flood risk. Paragraph 180, although it had a different number previously, remains unchanged. But 175 in its new format is of particular relevance to this application, as is the paragraph 11. The local planning authority accept that the material presented with this submission demonstrates that housing would not be taking place within areas susceptible to flood risk now and in the future. Therefore, technically, neither a sequential test nor an exceptions test would be required if the site were being adopted today. As such, the new MPPF effectively makes the pro forma requirements in the BLP technically out of date. No part of the application site is covered by Flood Zone 3. The new MPPF is a material consideration, and it remains down to the decision makers how much weight to put on it against the adopted development plan. But keep in mind that it is the national policy framework as opposed to a local level. There is no significant other policy change from the previous reiteration of the MPPF that is relevant for this allocated site. The planning balance section in the committee report that gave due regard to the MPPF policies still remains valid in its conclusions. So that stays as is. We would have advised you otherwise. Officers remain of the view that the development before you is a policy compliant proposal on an allocated housing site. The harms related to drainage and flood risk can be fully mitigated via planning conditions and do not come close to offsetting the benefits of the scheme in terms of housing supply provision on this allocated site. This would include, sorry, I'll speak up. Does that help? Yeah, that's fine. This would include the delivery of 8 affordable dwellings all within a highly sustainable location. The development also accords with sustainability principles required, the ecology, biodiversity, net gain requirements, and adheres to adopted parking, building sizes and garden size standards. The new MPPF and tilted balance does nothing to change the officer recommendation. Indeed, it strengthens the balance in favour of approval on this allocated site because of its nature. This is due to the limited identified harm weighed against the significant benefits demonstrated for this allocated housing site. Officers would point out also that a previous housing delivery target was 866 dwellings per year. That's how we stood on the 11th of December. As of the 12th of December, the new MPPF requires 1,449 dwellings per annum. That's a significant increase. The current RBWM average is 462 dwellings per year. So we're delivering at a significantly lower rate than our new target. The development also accords with the sustainability principles required, the ecology, biodiversity, net gain requirements, and adheres to adopted parking, building sizes and garden sizes. The development is an effective use of land. It is allocated for housing and secures well-designed places and provides affordable homes. Thank you. I'll now hand you over to the case officer, Nick Westlake, and he will take you through the scheme.
Thank you, Mrs. Reid. Good evening, everybody. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is land east of Strand Park, Cookham.
Yeah, we can just check that everybody can hear the presentation from the beginning, as it's been raised in the issue. Is the sound okay back?
Are you able to hear me?
Can we all hear? You'll have to speak up, Nick.
No? Okay. Hopefully you can hear me now, yeah? Okay. So the application before you is an outline application for access, appearance, layout and scale only, to be with landscaping to be considered at a future date for 20 dwellings with associated vehicle access, pedestrian access, parking, drainage and open space works. There has been an update sheet circulated this afternoon. Mrs. Reid has kindly gone through the MPPF tilted balance, number 1 on the list. In terms of other updates, I'll be brief on these. There have been consultation updates from archaeology, the lead local flooding authority and the housing officer. All have confirmed no objections to the scheme. With regards to the third update, plot 1 has been retained as a 4-bedroom dwelling. However, it's been enlarged internally and externally to allow for larger bedrooms, and that's now becoming a 6-person dwelling. There have been updates from neighbours' letters received. We've received 5 letters in total. There have been no new material planning considerations raised that haven't been raised before or have been covered in the report. We've also received an update from Councillor Howard, an objection letter from Councillor Howard. This referred to pro forma 14 and 11 requirements in terms of sewage upgrades and groundwater risks. Again, this is dealt within the committee report and conditions. Equally, concerns were raised by Councillor Howard in relation to safe access and egress and the groundwater suds being proposed. This is again considered covered within the officer report. There have been comments received from the Residents Association. Their concerns remain relating to drainage on site and the foul water drainage in the area. The request was for the rewording of the condition as drafted in the committee report. This isn't a view shared by officers who consider the condition worded on this topic as acceptable in its current form. And furthermore, there was a comment raised by the Residents Association in relation to permitted development rights, and the removal thereof wasn't considered reasonable in this instance. The penultimate update was from the parish. They have written in, there remain firm objectives to the application, concerns relating to foul water drainage and surface water drainage. Again, these matters are considered to be covered by planning conditions and they are equally covered within the report. There are some committee report corrections, and this is largely due to the new MPPF changing. The paragraph numbers of the old MPPF and the new MPPF have clearly changed. There are no significant changes to the wording within those new paragraphs. So I would draw members' attention perhaps to the top of the item on update 7, and that is the proposed strategy will provide a 68.13%, so 68% total energy saving against Part L, the building regs, not as drafted in 10.71. Okay, that's the updates covered, and I'll continue with the presentation. So the key material planning considerations in this regard are the new MPPF, December 2024, the borough local plan, and this is an allocated housing site with the reference AL38 for approximately 20 dwellings. There are 15 pro forma requirements within this allocation. Other supplementary planning guidance of relevance, particular relevance, is the residential design guide and also the Cookham design guide. The site is to the south of the village known as Cookham Rise. It's approximately 2 miles north of Maidenhead town centre. The A404 is located 2 miles to the west of the site. The site is 0.86 hectares in size. It's rectangular, 55 metres wide and approximately 175 metres deep. To the immediate west is Strande Park mobile home site. To the north of the site is Bassmead, the road, and the road Bassmead then navigates itself to the west. The road into the site from Cannon Down Road is known as Lightlands Lane, and Strand Lane is located to the east. Some photographs of the site. The bottom right obviously indicates where these have been taken from. So number 1, within the site, looking northwards towards Bassmead. Again, photograph 2, within the site, looking northwest, showing the mobile home sites next door. And the third image is looking south. To the right-hand side of that image, you can see there is a close boarded fence and the roofs of some of the mobile home sites. The top left image is the location of the proposed access. The second image on the top right is the National Cycle Route 50. That's the immediate east of the site. There is a flood defence on the left-hand side, as you see it, of that image. The land falls fairly sharply away from the path level. And the image number 3 is the route to Cannon Down Road via Bassmead. That is a pedestrian footway through that connection. So this is the location plan. The connection to Bassmead is on the left-hand side at the top of the red line, as you can see it there, fairly close to the entrance to Strande Park mobile home site. The constraints map, the application site is in red. The hatched blue area shows you the area known as flood zone 2. However, that is a slight anomaly because the actual accurate data shows that that is not the case. And I'll come on to that in the next slide. There are no heritage assets on site or nearby. Internally, the land itself is within a minerals and sharp safeguarding area, and the land classification is 2, very good, or with some areas of 3, good to moderate. It's also within a groundwater protection zone and largely within flood zone 1. External to the site, flood zone 2 and flood zone 3 are to the east and to the north, and the green hatched area around the outside to the south is greenbelt land. The host site is not within the greenbelt; it's been taken out of the greenbelt. And obviously Cycle Route 50 is to the east. So this is the publicly available Environment Agency flood risk map. The dark blue area is flood zone 3, the turquoise area is flood zone 2, and the white areas are effectively flood zone 1. Of interest on this map in particular, it shows you areas benefiting from flood defence. If you look carefully, there is a black line that runs to the east of the site. That is the flood defence that was referred to earlier, adjacent to footpath 50. However, the more accurate details from the Hurley to Teddington data set, which is 2019 hydraulic modelling map. This is from the Environment Agency themselves. This confirms the site is actually mostly within flood zone 1. This document has been published by the Environment Agency. It's also within the Thames River Basin District Flood Risk Management Plan 2021 to 2027. That was published in December 2022. And there's a chapter in that particular plan that refers specifically to Maidenhead and Windsor. And within that chapter, it refers to the Thames Hurley to Teddington data set. So it is a data set used by the EA themselves. So this is an updated plan given to us by the applicant, and this demonstrates where the accurately mapped flood zone 2 location is. The blue areas are the extent of flood zone 2, and this is the worst case scenario when the presence of flood defences would be ignored. The EA standing advice has been followed for flood zone 2. The amenity open space to the north is considered water compatible development. Nevertheless, an exceptions test has been undertaken. We are mindful that the Environment Agency haven't precisely responded to this application. However, they have given us standing advice, and equally the same data set was used at Bray Lakes, where they were for a 99 dwelling development, and that was approved last year. So officers are confident that the information before you is accurate. So the Pro Forma 12 and the exceptions test, we have undertaken this as part of the application. To pass the test, the development would need to provide a wider sustainable benefits to the community that far outweigh the flood risk. And also the development will be safe for its lifetime, taking into account the vulnerability of users without increasing flood risk elsewhere. In that regard, I'll focus on that rather than the first element. To the east of the site, there is a vehicular access into and out of the site. That is identified as being within flood zone 3A. We've had a technical document, a very detailed technical document showing to us that the access is safe for vehicles, both civilian and emergency, due to the overall flooding expected in the worst case scenarios. Officers have accepted that as part of this assessment, but equally they're mindful that there is a pedestrian exit point via Bassmead. This is entirely within flood zone 2, in flood zone 1. However, the area, this image is on the right-hand side, does suffer from surface water drainage issues. To this regard, this land is actually owned by RBWM. The highway is owned by RBWM, as is the drainage requirements. And the applicant has put forward a contribution towards improving the drainage in that location as part of the legal agreement. Equally, when we're talking about surface water drainage and surface water flooding, it's not the fast-moving nature that, if you like, the Thames flooding would be in a fluvial manner. Access arrangements. So the access is shown before you. There's a 5.5 metre wide access with a 6 metre radii, 2 metre footway on both sides. Swept paths have been provided showing emergency vehicles and refuge vehicles can access the site. Parking complies with standards. All the dwellings will be provided with an EV charging point. External highway safety improvements amount to £5,000 for the new drainage improvements and a £1,000 contribution to monitoring wider impacts at Stanley Spencer Junction in Cookham. A delivery and maintenance of the new external footpath is also agreed to the north of the site, adjacent to Bassmead. This is the site plan. On the left-hand side, there are 12 market dwellings out of the 20, that's 60%. 8 of them are affordable dwellings. Those are the ones marked with a blue dot. The affordable mix is agreed by the housing officer. They're all 3 beds, which is quite rare for affordable dwellings, and with 1 4-bed. All the dwellings are in excess of or equal to the national described space standards, and parking standards have been met with 3 visitor spaces. Sustainability on site, all the dwellings have a fabric first approach, improving U values, reducing thermal bridging, etc. They all have air source heat pumps and EV charging points. Solar panels have been conditioned as part of this application by officers although that wasn't originally put forward, and they'll be on the most appropriate dwellings with sun on the route of the sun, as it were. Total savings, 68% on building regs with a £37,000 carbon offset. Although landscaping is reserved, we have an indicative drawing before us on the left-hand side. Importantly, this includes 788 square metres of amenity space to the north of the site, and also a secured local area of play via legal agreement. Again, not put forward as part of the application, but accepted by the applicant. All the garden sizes exceed prescribed standards, and there's an ecology buffer to the south of the site. Drainage on site on the eastern, the right-hand side of this slide, the site doesn't drain to land, to the ground due to the nature of the ground in the conditions in the area. Therefore, there is going to be an underground storage compartment where surface water drainage flows into, and that discharges to a local sewer. There's no objections from Thames Water or the LLFA to that arrangement. Tree protection plan. There are only 2 groups of trees being lost and 2 individual trees. Officers are mindful that the Leylandii have been removed. They weren't protected trees, and there are no other TPO trees on site. There is a biodiversity net gain achieved partially on site, but equally also off site. The materials palette of the dwellings, so they have grey plain roof tiles and brown roof tiles. They are traditional windows, eaves details, red brick, buff brick, white render, and cladding. So plot 1 and 2, these are the affordable dwellings. I put affordable next to the plots which obviously are affordable. String course, hipped roof. This is adjacent to the footpath. There's a gable projection at first floor for plot 1. This is the larger 4-bed affordable dwelling. Plot 3, 4, 11 and 12, again an affordable house type. Lintel details, decorative eaves, porches, pitch porches. 5 and 6 affordable, similar but with red brick. Plot 7, projecting front gable, partially rooms in the roof space as well to keep the overall ridge height down. Plot 8, again decorative with detailing to the flanks. This is plot 9. This is the one dwelling that is slightly taller than the rest, centrally located. This has got an approximate 9-metre height ridge. So that is in excess of the neighbouring plots, which effectively are a full 8.5 metres in height. But you can see on the slides that I'll get onto that it doesn't, if you like, stand out particularly within the street scene. Plot 13, similar plots we've seen before. Plot 14, 17, 18, and 20. Again, eaves detailing, rooms in the roof space, lots of articulation. So here are some example street scenes. Again, the image on the right-hand side shows where they've been taken from. So A at the top looking south, B in the centre part of the site looking north, and in the centre of that you can see the taller building. I believe the actual ridge height is taller than 9. I believe it's 10 metres. I should check the report. Forgive me on that point. But the neighbouring plots have 8.5 metres in height ridges. And plots to the south C, you can see again the 8.5 approximate height is retained. And there are some final street scene slides. Okay, so this is the final slide. I'm acutely aware of the impact that this development is going to have on the park home to the west. We have looked very carefully at this on what would be a layout that would have the least impact on those people. Officers consider the previous iterations would have had a far greater impact on their amenity in terms of enjoyment of their rear gardens and noise and general disturbance. So therefore, taking into consideration all of the aspects, officers conclude that subject to condition and signed legal agreement, there are no statutory objectors to the scheme or not statutory objectors. The application adheres to the BLP policies. There is a lack of a 5-year land supply. This is an allocated site. And of course, the tilt balance does apply. It's considered there's no adverse harms that would be significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the MPPF policies as a whole. And accordingly, the recommendation is to approve the development as set out in section 1 of the report, subject to the signing of a legal agreement and the imposition of planning conditions, including those on the update sheet. Thank you.
You complete? You're done? Okay, it's time to call the public speakers for item 1 on the agenda. So first I'm going to call the objectors or the objector, which is Paul Streleski. I hope I pronounced that right. Mr. Streleski, if you'd like to step forward, you have 3 minutes to voice your objection. Thank you.
Right hand button, and when it goes red, we'll be live.
There's a button on the right-hand side. Then when we can all hear you, because there's a bit of a problem with the volume. You got it? That's it.
The EA called this site dangerous for some. Fluvial flooding on Lightlands Lane, a height that stops ambulances and fire engines. Stating the developer used the wrong debris factor in the FRA that the planning accepts. You wouldn't know that unless you read my objections. No parties ever acknowledged this evidence during the local plan or in this application. The final report states EA has no objection. Misleading, no longer statutory consultee, too busy to review, gave standing advice. They've not retracted their position. I checked. RBWM's flood consultant stated, and the developer who maintains that there's always a fully dry route through Bassmead alleyway, albeit pedestrian. The inspector was not told what we discovered subsequently, that Bassmead is in the highest category of surface water flooding risk in the borough. RBWM knew that from 2014. The allocation would have been rejected. The inspector was misled. It's not a fully dry route. I've raised this for almost 3 years in 13 applications, yet the application still states that a rapid response team from emergency services can access the site on foot through the alleyway. A few months ago, the Joint Emergency Planning Group, with the understatement of 24, stated that the flooding has not been fully considered, either fluvial in Lightlands Lane or surface water in Bassmead. Yet after all this, planning puts forward conditions. £5,000 for drainage and a statement there should be safe access. And in the worst case, you can move to the first floor. Explain that to the 84 existing park home residents of Strande Park. In 10121, planning still refers to the alleyway for escape. Do planning believe it's safe or not? The 260 existing residents today could be trapped by 2 types of flooding, potentially a metre high and a failed pumping station releasing sewage. Now you're asked to add 60 or 70 more people in 20 homes, further overloading the services as the emergency group states, and their conditions are not sufficient. RBWM takes no responsibility for an evacuation plan for current residents. I know because they informed me in an on-site meeting. The exception test, 2 parts to pass, wider sustainability benefits to offset flood risk. They say 20 houses and a green walk offset danger to life. And to be safe for a lifetime. Well, it's not safe now. Fails pro forma 13. RBWM and the developer knew it was potentially dangerous in Bassmead, but haven't declared it. Knew it was dangerous for some in Lightlands Lane, but ignored it. We took this allocation to the High Court, dismissed for late papers, and I made an official complaint on the inspector. I'm going to stop. This meeting should not carry on. 1175, the update was given 3 hours ago. I only saw it in 30 minutes before I left home. It has material effects on this document, on this application. I should be aware of it, so should everybody else, and we should be able to make judgments on it. I asked this council to cancel this meeting and postpone it and move it forwards. And finally, Mr. Dick Scarf and the Cookham Society were not offered an opportunity to speak.
Not Mr. Scarf, Mr. Skolensky, you're out of time, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your submission. So the next speaker is Parish Councillor Jacqueline Edwards. You have the same amount of time, 3 minutes, and the clerk will time it. Obviously press the button on the right-hand side, the light will come on, and you have 3 minutes from when you start. Okay.
Jackie Edwards, Cookham Parish Council. Like the previous speaker, Cookham Parish Council believes this proposal fails key planning requirements with respect to sewage, surface water drainage, flooding and parking. The sewer system around Lightlands Lane, to which this site will connect, is downstream from most of Cookham Village. In January 2024, Lightlands Lane experienced severe flooding. This resulted in raw sewage from the rest of Cookham Village spilling out onto neighbouring properties. This also happened in 2014. Residents in this area also experienced more frequent, less extensive backing up of sewage onto their properties. Despite numerous complaints over many years, Thames Water have completely failed to effectively upgrade their sewage system in this area. Given this, we are astonished that this application proposes that surface water drainage is achieved by discharging excess surface water from the site at the rate of up to 2 litres per second into the already inadequate foul sewer system around Lightlands Lane. Thames Water in July admitted the inability of the existing foul water network to accommodate the needs of the above proposal. It's also stated network reinforcement works are likely to be required to avoid sewage flooding and/or potential pollution incidents. The planning officer in his report, to paraphrase, refers to Thames Water as a public body, likely to act in the public interest, and to Ofwat as an effective regulator. This is inaccurate. Thames Water is a near bankrupt private company which frequently discharges sewage into local rivers. Ofwat has proved powerless to stop this. We therefore believe this application fails to meet the key site-specific requirement 11 and policy IF 7.3. The condition proposed, which is related to occupation, is entirely inadequate because surface water will run into the foul sewer as soon as the surface water drainage system for this proposed development is completed, whether or not the houses are occupied. Fundamentally, because of our past experience with Thames Water, we do not trust that they will correctly assess what work is needed and then carry it out to an agreed timetable. Therefore, improvements agreed by the RBWM must be in place before development starts. Please refuse this application in its present form. Thank you.
Okay, we have the next speaker, which is in favour of the application, which is Ian Renier or Renier. I don't know how to, Renier. My apologies. And you have 3 minutes, the same as the previous applicants. It's the right-hand button. It'll come on. That's it. So 3 minutes from when you start speaking.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members of the committee. This application proposes 20 high-quality sustainable family homes on a site allocated for approximately 20 residential dwellings in the adopted borough local plan. Our application was submitted in January 22 and originally proposed 25 houses. Working closely with officers and in collaboration with the local community, the scheme has been refined over the course of the last 3 years to address a number of comments and concerns, and I'm pleased to say it now comes before you with the full support of officers and no objections from any technical consultees. It's worth acknowledging that officers have been extremely forensic in their assessment of this scheme, and a number of changes have been made during the determination period, including to the layout. I appreciate there have been numerous objections to this application from local residents. In my experience, that is not uncommon where previously undeveloped land is allocated for development in the local plan. While it's impossible to address everyone's concerns, we have tried to work with the local community to deliver a high quality and sensitively designed scheme that satisfies planning policy, minimises its impact on the local area, while at the same time creating a pleasant and safe environment for families of all incomes to live. Having reviewed the objections, I wanted to take this opportunity to comment on perceived flood risk. Firstly, it's important to note that the recently updated National Planning Policy Framework removes the requirement for a sequential test and/or exception test on this site. Notwithstanding, the most accurate hydraulic modelling from the EA illustrates that all of the proposed houses are located in flood zone 1 and therefore at the lowest risk of fluvial flooding. The modelling also illustrates that vehicles could safely pass along Lightlands Lane during a flood event. In addition, there is a safe pedestrian route from the site via Bassmead onto Cannondown Road. A contribution is being made to improve the drainage of the footpath on this route to mitigate against any potential surface water flooding during periods of heavy rainfall. Furthermore, in any flood event, residents will be entirely safe in their houses. I hope this brief summary reassures members that the houses proposed.
Excuse me, sir, stop. Please can we have quiet? There was peace when the objectors spoke, so we need peace and quiet and silence when someone in favour is speaking. Everybody has to be able to speak. Everybody has to be able to be heard. So I want it open and transparent. No calling out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I hope this brief summary reassures members that the houses proposed on site are not at risk of flooding and safe access and egress for future residents will be available at all times. Concerns have also been raised regarding the capacity of the local sewerage network. However, suitably worded conditions suggested by the EA will ensure that the proposed houses cannot be occupied until any necessary network reinforcement works have been complied with. These should also benefit the wider area. In conclusion, the scheme you have before you represents the culmination of 3 years collaborative work with the aim of delivering the highest quality and most sensitively designed scheme for this allocated site. The proposals will deliver a number of strategic planning benefits, including provision of much needed private and affordable family homes, the highest standards of sustainable design using traditional materials, public open space provision, including a local area of play, highway improvements, public footpath improvements, landscape improvements, ecological enhancements, both on and off site, and significant SIL and Section 106 contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll call the next speaker, which is this Councillor Bra. You have 3 minutes.
Next up. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panel. This site was in the green belt, flood zone 1, 2, and the front of the site was flood zone 3. This was a parking and recreation ground for the residents of Strande Park, which was a part of their license with the then owner of the site. But the Conservative administration added this site to the borough local plan for development for 25 houses, now 20. This site is next to a bungalow type of resident dwelling. On other side, open countryside, which will not blend with the surroundings. The consultation for this site ended 18th of December, 2024, and the very next day we are deliberating the application on 19th of December. And this is very unreasonable and not very transparent. Did the stakeholders have time to consider the result of the consultation? I believe not. For the reason I asked the panel to refuse or defer the application. There are problems everybody knows with sewage and Lightlands Lane pumping station. And since 2014, flood residents and other stakeholders tried to work with Thames Water, but Thames Water turned a blind eye to this. In 2024 flood, the pumping station packed up Lightlands Lane and resulted in raw sewage from everywhere in Cookham, in Lightlands Lane roads, Westwood Green, and all the roads of Lightlands Lane. This seemed to be a frequent occurrence. Thames Water completely failed to upgrade their system. How could we trust Thames Water? They are recommending a skew relating to the conditions. They relate details deal with the foul sewage. In my opinion, this is too late in the process. We believe the details, plans, and strategy are required before the planning permission is granted. It's clear there are existing problems with the sewage capacity, and this is justified to have a level of comfort at this stage. The safe access and egress during the flood and 106 funding is secured and planning stage to provide emergency access and improvement. The junction on Lightlands Lane coming out onto Maidenhead Road needs improvements because there is a skew in the road. Turning right, left on this road is very dangerous. Visibility is very poor. If this panel decided to go with the officer's recommendation, that should be one of the conditions. And I'll just leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor Bra. If I can call Councillor Howard to speak for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Just prior to starting about the actual application, the process, I question the reasonableness that we've had a 24-hour time span between a consultation closing and deliberating this application today. There's also been a new MPPF, and we were even getting updates about things up until at least 3 p.m. this afternoon. So it's not particularly easy to keep ahead of these things. So this super fast process does undermine the belief that processes are fair, transparent, and reasonable to all, which is essential. The most important thing that I believe about this issue and of greatest concerns is the sewer system. We have a combined sewer system, which is going to have an attenuation tanks linked into it, not a sustainable soakaway type drainage. This shows how marginal this site is. It gets very waterlogged around the area, both from fluvial, groundwater, and surface water. Water does not soak away quickly. So now that has been admitted by everybody, but now we have, So anyway, the attenuation tank will hold and slowly release the sewage and rainwater into the sewer, not stop it. And when it floods in Cookham, the water can stay for several weeks. We've had flooding and cut off for a couple of weeks at a time recently. So how big is this tank going to be able to hold back 2 or 3 weeks worth of rainwater to be able to push it into the sewer at a time? And what tends to get overlooked as well, it is not going to be these homes which have the problem. It's the neighbouring homes. These homes are going to be built well, they're going to be raised up off the ground. Problem is the neighbours aren't. They're all slightly lower. And that water and the poor sewage system, which is pushing back sewage up through the grids on the roads into these streets, is just ridiculous. I can't really believe we're living in the 21st century in the UK where sewage on the roads is considered normal. So anyway, there we are. We're going to have this happen. And this isn't happening just every so often, once a decade or so. Only last week, several properties suffered sewage backup again. So everyone agrees the sewers are at capacity. The adopted BLP and its inspectors agree the sewers are at capacity. So says Thames Water in their response. It's at capacity. It needs upgrade. The officer's report says so. The people who live in Cookham, well, we all know it's at capacity. Yet we're being asked to trust a large, profit-orientated company to sort this problem out for themselves. So I request that the panel differs and considers what it wants to do on the following 3 things. Sewer upgrades, which are points 11 and 14 on the plan. I request that the panel rejects the proposal in the officer's report under 10.137 and 10.141, and instead I request the panel stipulates a condition that prevents the occupation of any homes until upgrades to the combined sewer are shared with and agreed with this panel. And then the upgrades are completed by Thames Water.
Please, will you finish up?
Okay, 2 quick. Secondly, we just request that the funds for the footpath upgrade are actually used and we get a safe exit. And last but not least, that the SUDS will be tried to stop more water than even 2 litres a second getting into the sewer.
Thank you. Okay, I'm opening the floor up to councillors. If you'd like to register your interest to speak, then I will call you to speak. Thank you very much. Councillor Waters, you're first up.
Thank you, Chairman. I too query the process, as did the first objector and Councillor Howard. Frankly, a lot of people haven't got a clue what tilting balance means, let alone a last-minute production of the MPPF by a socialist government. I think this process has started, not our fault, but it's just not fair to the public. I couldn't hardly hear what the first planning officer said. And I'm in the dark about the changes myself. I think it's an unfair process. And having said that, just to go to one or two of the main points, these people in Cookham know what floods and what doesn't flood. They've had two floods, 2014 and 2024, and they've been flooded out. They know why Lightlander's station is not adequate. There's not sufficient power there and all the rest of it. Why fly in the face of the obvious? The Thames Water, following, first of all, they said it was all right. And the next thing they said, they'd identified an inability of existing power water network to accommodate the needs of this development proposal. They say they can't do the job if this thing goes ahead. I wonder whether nowadays a thing called, most of the planning officers will know what it means, Grampian conditions apply, where you can say, unless you put this right, with all the things that are so wrong with this thing, the electricity supply, the water supply, the sewage and all those things, before they're put right, this planning application shouldn't go forward. And that was what you used to call the Grampian position, or conditions rather, which seemed a very fair way of doing it. I hope we might consider that here. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Majid.
Thank you, Chairman. A few questions on the report, Mr. Chairman. First of all, section 1.5. Is it possible to put it on the screen so the residents can see what we're talking about rather than me reading it out? Obviously, not many of them understand a Yorkshire accent either.
Is this from the officer's report, Councillor?
Yeah, can you put it on the screen? Okay.
Can we get it on the screen? Just give us a few moments. It's not that quick. You've got to look it up.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'll read it out.
What was it? Page 115 or page 1.5? What?
So section 1.5, which mentions the layout is considered appropriate. Furthermore, the impact on living conditions of future occupants and existing residential properties in the surrounding area has been found to be acceptable. Can you please define acceptable when we've got 175 residents objecting and we haven't got enough room even to have the objectors coming to object here as well? So please define what is acceptable.
Hello? Yeah. In terms of the impacts on residential amenity for the neighbouring park home, I mean, ultimately, it is a sensitive issue and we're all very mindful of that. So what we've looked for is a scheme that is going to have the least amount of impact on them. The previous iterations, in our view, were far worse than what is before you now. There were 9 dwellings backing onto the park homes that would have had bedrooms looking directly into their usable rear amenity space. Noise and paraphernalia with that. There were car parking arrangements immediately next door with car doors slamming, engines revving, etc. Yes, there is a road there, but once the cars have started, they'll be moving at a very, very kind of slow speed. It won't be particularly noisy, I wouldn't imagine. There's going to be an element of harm that always occurs when there is a new housing development. And it's a question of, is that harm significant? Does it, if you like, alter the overall balance of the application? Looking at the evidence, especially with the installation of the fence and the future landscaping, which will be part of a separate reserve matters application, officers have concluded that the harm on balance is acceptable to those immediate adjacent neighbours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. I don't think sewage coming up into people's sink is acceptable, but that's what your report says. 1.8, the Highways Authority have confirmed that the proposed vehicle access point to Bassmead is acceptable, and the development as a whole would not result in material harm to highway safety to the surrounding areas. How is it possible that nearly 50 extra car movements, maybe more, not be a material harm to highway safety to the surrounding areas?
We're just getting an answer to your question.
Thank you, Chairman.
So ultimately, the question is about the number of trips generated from the site onto the local highway network. And I think ultimately the key issue for that would be when are these trips taking place? What would be the impact at peak hour? I believe there were going to be between 9 and 11 vehicle movements at peak hour. I need to check the report, but yeah, overall, the number that you quote, I believe, is correct, but that would not happen, if you like, all at the same time. It's distributed over the entirety of the day. We're looking at the capacity of the junctions, mindful of the slower traffic going under Cookham Bridge, railway bridge, due to the updates that are taking place there. The highway safety has been considered. It was considered by the planning inspector when it was allocated originally, and the balance has been that that's deemed to be acceptable.
Disagree with that one as well, officer, because I believe based on number of bedrooms and the number of car parks allowed, cars allowed, is going to be definitely a problem of safety within that area. Next, the application has come to the panel for debate, and yet we're missing a lot of detail. We got told about the EA report, and you mentioned that you haven't replied back to us. There's a Thames Water report, plus we've got all these points which to recommend the committee go ahead with. We haven't got any confirmation about the affordable housing. We haven't, I mean, we're talking about £5,000 for new drainage improvements, and even me from Yorkshire can't buy anything for drainage improvement, £5,000, and you've actually put in there not in excess of 5,000. So my question there is, we haven't got all the details for us to go ahead and look at this. And what detail we do have, as one of the agents mentioned, we got it within a few hours ago. And just all this extra thing that we're going to have, we haven't got yet. And you expect us to make a decision?
Yeah, can I just come back on some of those points? We have secured the affordable housing provision in its totality. So there'll be 8 affordable dwellings. There are 7 3-bedroom dwellings and 1 4-bedroom dwelling. These are in significant need. It's rare to get affordable dwellings of that size in such locations, and so that's been confirmed. With regards to the surface water drainage issue, the roads are owned by RBWM. The highway is adopted, so RBWM is responsible for the surface water drainage. It's not Thames Water. I've discussed this specific issue with people internally, including Chris Joyce, who is the Associate Director for Highways and Sustainability, and the drainage experts, and it's been confirmed to me that they have had no reported letters received of concerns in relation to surface water drainage on Bassmead. If these were reported to RBWM, there would obviously be a duty to investigate and resolve And I've got that in writing from them. But the £5,000 contribution it's focused more towards the footpath through to the Cannon Down Road Bridge to improve that particular aspect. But equally, there will be a review of what is happening locally in times of heavy water flooding.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, so I'm nearly there. It does actually say to grant plan permission on the satisfactory completion of an undertaking. So we haven't actually got anything about affordable housing yet, because you haven't got the undertaking from them as yet, have you? So finally, Mr. Chairman,
Excuse me, Councillor Majid, the planning officer is going to answer your question about legal agreement on affordable housing.
Yes, what we've set out in the report is something called the heads of terms. Those are the heads of terms of a legal agreement. A legal agreement will be completed should planning permission be granted. We do not issue the decision notice until the legal agreement has been completed to a satisfactory extent. I'm sure Catriona can help explain it further, but alongside this, we also, at the end of the report, you will find a list of conditions. To summarise, we can condition within the red line site area. Anything outside the red line site area, such as footpaths and so on outside the site, or financial contributions, have to be secured through a legal agreement. And that is really what that's setting out for you, is what we're looking to secure through that legal agreement. The legal agreement itself will probably be quite long and have a lot of clauses in it to ensure that we get the right delivery.
If I can ask the legal officer to come in.
Thank you, Chair. To reiterate that point, that this, if the committee decide to grant permission, it is subject to satisfactory completion of a satisfactory legally binding planning obligation under Section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, which would have to be completed, executed by all the relevant parties ahead of that planning decision notice being issued. And that the detail, for example, in relation to the affordable housing, would go into the tenure mix and the size of those dwellings that's been described to you this evening by the planning case officer. If I could just reassure members on the detail of that delivery, it's legally binding. If the developer doesn't deliver, even having signed and committed to that delivery, there are steps that the local authority, that this council can take to enforce that planning obligation.
Mr. Chairman, I never voted for the borough local plan due to development in the Greenbelt. And I understand that the Greenbelt boundaries of this site are being redrawn. And my concern is, and everyone's concern should be, how much more of Greenbelt will be redrawn for developers. However, I mean, this doesn't fall within the Greenbelt designation. However, I'm still proposing to vote against this application because I still believe it's Greenbelt or maybe open space. I mean, the officer will be able to help me on that one. I'm also concerned about the lack of detail as stated above. So this agreement, because we haven't got the agreement yet, and we're still awaiting for EA report possibly, and Thames Water report on the sewage, which we haven't received. I think the development would cause material harm to highway safety to the surrounding areas. I believe there would be an impact on the living condition of current and future occupants to the surrounding area, and it's not found to be acceptable. And literally, I expect councillors voting with me against the borough local plan and against building in the Greenbelt, and who are here for the residents to support me on this. So, Mr. Chairman, I vote a refusal on this application.
Are you putting down a motion?
I am putting down the motion.
A motion for refusal?
Motion for refusal, Mr. Chairman.
Can you, for the clerk, can you please clarify your reasons?
I would
One
need
by
the
one so we
officers'
can
help
write them
on
down, then we
actually
know what's
getting
happening.
the actual sections. So the first one is, it's open. I mean, it is actually Greenbelt, but I don't think I can get away with Greenbelt because it's already in the borough local plan. It's open space.
Planning officer, answer your questions first before you go ahead on the EA report and Thames Water. Yeah. And then we'll take down all your reasons for refusal. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
That's a pleasure.
With regard to Greenbelt, the site is a site allocation in the local plan. When that process was carried out, the site was removed from the Greenbelt. It no longer has Greenbelt status. It's what's called white land. So in terms of looking at refusal on Greenbelt grounds, because it's not Greenbelt, we wouldn't be able to support that. Turning to Thames Water and the applicant make their arrangements for connection to foul water, water supply and so on outside of the planning process. It's not part of the planning process in its own right. So we have no control over Thames Water or the applicant's agreement with them. However, as a statutory undertaker, Thames Water are obliged to meet that requirement, whether that requires a significant amount of new infrastructure, whether it requires new sewers, whether it requires a new place to process, wastewater and sewage. Those are factors they have to build into that. I believe they have a time period Thames Water have a time period of 2 years to meet the developer's request. It's done formally as a separate matter outside of planning. So we cannot control or manage that in its own right. But the fact is that is a legal duty on Thames Water to deliver and meet the developer's requirements. So we wouldn't be able to refuse on that basis because it doesn't fall within our remit. It would be ultra-virus. And in terms of the legal agreement, I think Catriona explained that previously, is that something that we set out the heads of terms to you. The reason that it's not completed before the committee date is in case members want to alter or change something on it, if they feel the planning balance should be slightly different. So that's why it's not completed and signed today. But we don't issue a decision notice until it is completed in accordance with the discussion that's happened today and the decision that members make. So I hope that clarifies things for you, but happy to help with anything else.
No, thank you for that. I did understand about the green belt, and I know it was taken out because of the borough local plan, but I was looking at maybe open space or something you can help me with on other grounds to turn it down on, maybe greens, because obviously we don't want all green belts to be designated for developers, but obviously we still need open space as well. So is there any objections I can use as open space?
Sorry, Chair, Shannon. Yeah. The land itself may have been used informally as open space or for parking. I gather, through hearsay that may have been the case, but it's not designated open space. And it's only designated open space that we're able to protect, and this isn't designated. So it is an allocation in the local plan that has significant weight. I have to stress that we're in what's called tilted balance consideration territory. If members the application in its own right is fully compliant, obviously I can't advise on refusal reasons, but if you were to consider that path, you need to find something that's significant and substantial to the extent that it outweighs the quite substantial benefits the scheme brings forward. So please keep that in mind. It needs to meet the tests. Otherwise, it will fail at the first poster appeal. So it's just to give you a bit of a steer, really. And when I'm sorry you couldn't hear me earlier when I was reading out the MPPF, but tilted balance takes the application further into approval territory. It gives it additional weighting that it probably was more, it's more weighting than it would have had before the 12th of December. So I'm not trying to push one way or the other. I'm just trying to point out the things that you need to give consideration to.
Chairman, on a point of order, can I please? I did raise the
Councillor
question
Waters.
of Grampian.
Sorry?
I did raise the question which was answered about Grampian conditions.
About ground conditions?
Yeah, Grampian conditions. Are you aware of what this means?
Grampian conditions.
Grampian conditions. Okay, we'll give that to the planning officer. Then I'm going to
Thank you,
revert to
Chairman.
councillor Majid for his objections, because clearly he hasn't finished.
I still think the development would cause material harm to highway safety to the surrounding areas.
Say again?
Said, I think the development would cause material harm to the surrounding area and highway safety to the surrounding areas.
So you're saying the development will cause substantial harm to the properties that are already there?
Material harm to highways safety and to the surrounding areas. Yeah. And I think it would impact on the living conditions of future occupants.
Hold on, I'm trying to write it down. Your objection on highways?
Highway safety.
So you're objecting on substantial harm to the existing. You're objecting on substantial harm to the surrounding properties and highway safety.
And,
right, I'm going to ask.
Also, yeah, the residents. Yep. So impact the living conditions. Obviously, they've said on that it hasn't, but I think listening to the residents, a number of residents that have come here, I think it will impact the living conditions of future occupants and the existing residents' properties as well.
So what exactly is going to impact the residents and future residents? Tell me again, make it clear. I'm struggling.
Highways, I mentioned before, cars,
yeah.
And I mentioned sewage, but obviously you're saying that's not gonna, that's not part of planning.
Pumping station.
Sorry.
Pumping station.
Again, that's not, is the pumping station part of the planning application? Sewage pumping station?
I'll ask the planning officer. The sewage is between Thames Water and the applicant. Right, I'm going to bring the planning officer in and we're going to talk about the Grampian condition, which councillor Waters asked for.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, councillor Waters, could you just repeat what you wanted to say about the Grampian condition, and then I'll make sure I can get the response right
Thank
for
you, Mrs. Field. Sorry, I got your name, Mrs. Reed, rather. Grampian conditions, which you haven't often heard of nowadays, I must admit. But the thing, it was a very good device in saying that there are so many things wrong with this application, which the residents have pointed out, and one or two of us here have pointed out, the sewage, the road thing, having a possible, a roundabout in the middle of Cookham conservation area and all this. I mean, it just smells bad, this whole application, doesn't it, for people of Cookham. I don't live in Cookham, but I do love Cookham. I think we all do. It's one of the first conservation areas in East Berkshire. And what I'm saying here is that there are so many suspect things here. Thames Water, as I said, have said that this shouldn't go ahead. The BLP inspector herself said that this should be subject to the exception tests and all that. This site in particular should be, because that flood 3, zone 3, is right up against Lightlands Lane. It's not far away, and some of it's in the 2. So all these things that are so suspect, and in the case of the foul sewage, that's been experienced only just recently by residents. They know what happens. And if this is added to it, it's going to make it worse, obvious. And you can talk all the tilted balance arguments you like, but most people don't even understand it. But people do understand common sense. And if people's places are flooded, which they have done very recently, without this development and all the other development we're going to talk about tonight, it's obvious it's going to happen. So we've got to stop it in some way if we can. And I suggest that we use the Grampian conditions. If they can solve all these problems before we say yes or no, that's the best way to do it. I don't like leaving things saying, oh, we approve it in principle now, and there'll be a legal agreement later on. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, councillor Waters. I'll ask the planning officer to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Well, we do have a surface water drainage condition from Thames Water saying that all surface water network upgrades required to accommodate the additional flows from the development have been completed. So before occupation of the first dwelling, that is condition 14. So all surface water network upgrades required to accommodate the additional flows from the development have been completed. So it's clear that that needs to be in place before the first occupation. So that in effect is the nature of the condition that you're talking about. There's an alternative mechanism that Thames Water have offered, and that allows for the development and infrastructure phasing plan to be submitted and agreed with a local planning authority in consultation with Thames Water to allow development to be occupied. So where a development and infrastructure phasing plan is agreed, no occupation shall take place other than in accordance with the agreed development plan and infrastructure phasing plan. So that effectively describes what you're saying already on the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Let's move on. I'm going to call Gary Reeves, Councillor Gary Reeves, to speak. Councillor Reeves.
Okay. Thank you very much. I've been patiently listening to everything that's been said by the public speakers and fellow councillors as well. And I do take on board.
Can everybody hear?
I can talk a bit louder if that's.
Yeah, say a bit louder. Get closer to the mic.
I didn't want to like talk too loud like that. Right, it's fine. I can talk. Yeah, I can talk louder. It's fine. I can probably do it loud enough without the mic. Okay. So what I was saying was I have been listening patiently to all of the public speakers, taking on board what people have said. Councillor Walters in some way beat me to the punch with regard to the Grampian and the mention of Grampian. I do and am aware of Grampian. As the chair of the place scrutiny panel, Councillor Walters will also remember that we did actually bring in Thames Water to scrutinise them on their delivery of infrastructure. One of those things that I specifically asked them, that I personally scoped within that, is to look at the development and the future development within this borough, because I had major concerns about the lack of infrastructure that we have existing in here, knowing that there are issues with flooding whenever there's any sort of like heavy rainfall. We all know, we've experienced it, and we've seen the devastation to people's lives around flooding. With that in mind, I went back to Thames Water's presentation that they gave to us at the panel and thought I would look back at what they said. They state clearly their rolling planning process is that every 5 years, along with other water companies, they are required to submit a business plan to set out their planned investment for the subsequent 5 years. We submitted, and this is quoting verbatim from Thames Water's presentation at the panel, we submitted our business plan for the 2025 to 2030 period to Ofwat in October 2023. And we are awaiting the regulator's outcome due by late December 2024. That hasn't been given yet, so they're still waiting. That means that they don't have an approved business plan for the next 5 years. Now, I can tell you this development is going to happen in the next 5 years. And also, if I then correlate that back to what they said under section, so the foul water drainage, foul water from the development will be directed into the existing foul water sewer underlining Bassmead. So there's comments from members of the public where we've talked about that and about the inadequacy in the flooding and of raw sewage appearing on the streets. In this case, those overseeing the adequate provision of foul water infrastructure are Thames Water. So Thames Water have responded to the consultation process on 19th of July, stating that there is an inability of the existing foul water network infrastructure to accommodate the needs of this development proposal. However, as a consequence, they have recommended the following planning condition. And this is where it goes into the Grampian discussion. There are, and obviously the planning officer beat me to it again, quoted the exact next two conditions that they have set out. The thing is, it says shall not be occupied until confirmation. If you actually look at the definition of a grampian, it's planning condition attached to a decision notice that prevents the start of development. So there's actually a confusion between start and occupancy, which Thames Water, when they actually mentioned in their presentation, they mentioned a grampian as well. They said that we're consulted on an initial planning application in July, again raising capacity concerns and requesting the application of a grampian. This is for the golf club, golf course development of a grampian planning condition should planning permission be granted. Now there's real confusion here. Do Thames Water really understand what a grampian is? Because it's not. It says before giving the decision. I have concerns because for them to be able to do that, and I agree, there's an agreement between the developer and Thames Water to build up the infrastructure to be able to actually provide all of this for the future occupants of this, okay, and to avoid the issue flowing down into other residents nearby, including Strande Park, mobile home as well, that they really need to be secure in their business plan. And that business plan is not yet approved by Ofwat. What I foresee is if we go ahead and just have the condition that it's currently worded, we are allowing the planning permission to be granted on the basis that it will not be occupied until those conditions are met. However, that could be years. I mean, we don't know that Thames Water, actually their business plan is going to get approved and that they will be able to deliver that. That reminds me of developments turning into a ghost town. If it can't be occupied, and let's take that point that it goes ahead and can't be occupied, it could be sitting empty, these properties, for a long period of time. And we all know what that feels like and what that looks like. It becomes like a ghost town. And we've seen it in other areas of the country. Now, I'm not saying that this will happen here. I hopefully believe that residents are a little bit more kind, but you can get smashed windows, you can get, it goes into rack and ruin, the development. So I believe that the development meets the tests that it needs to be under the new NPPF of a sustainable development. We have the affordable housing. It's great to see that we have 3-bedroom houses. It's needed, not flats, not apartments for social housing, houses with gardens for families. I believe this does meet all of those tests. The only concern I have is about this commitment from Thames Water to be able to actually deliver something that will work for the residents there. So my concern being that without this Ofwat feedback on their business plan that covers the next 5 years, I don't believe that they can support a robust agreement with the developer at this point in time. And so from that point of view, I think it's just too early on that basis, and that I would actually propose that we should defer this to a later date to come back to the panel when Thames Water have received their feedback from Ofwat on their next 5-year business plan. And I think that's where I'm going to leave it.
So Councillor Reeves, are you putting that down as a motion?
Yes,
To defer
that would be,
until we receive
I think it's
confirmation
just,
from Thames Water?
Yes, it is, yes.
Okay, we'll write that down.
Yeah,
And
it's not a refusal, but it's just to defer that it comes back after
we
that
get
condition is met.
We get that. And I'm going to ask the planning officer to clear up any confusion about the Grampian position, whichever planning officer wants to speak.
Yeah, just one thing I'd like to add to this discussion, and that is obviously the policy on this particular area of concern, and that's policy IF7, water supply and sewage infrastructure. So this is policy, it's not preempting text, it's actually what the borough local plan policy says. This is part 4 of IF7. Where appropriate, planning permission for developments which result in the need for off-site upgrades will be subject to conditions to ensure the occupation is aligned with the delivery of necessary infrastructure upgrades. So it's an established policy. I totally take on board the timing aspect that Councillor Reeves is talking about, but we've got to be mindful that we do have adopted policy, and if we are seeking specific wording within that adopted policy, i.e. what you're saying, upon receipt of Ofwat funding through the 5-year business plan. You could suggest that would have been put forward within the policy wording itself. I am familiar with the Ofwat funding. I'm familiar with the 5-year business plan. When I've had contact with Thames Water on these matters, they have said that their funding is directly related to approved planning applications. So they, if you like, they have a vision on what are the allocated sites in the borough local plan, but that can only be defined when those applications actually come forward and are approved. So that's the delay at the moment.
Sorry, councillor Waters.
The policy at IF7, exactly as the officer was.
Yeah, I'll call you to
He read
speak.
out number 4, but he didn't read out number 3. Development
Councillor Waters,
proposals
you've
must
already
demonstrate.
spoken. I'll call you to. Councillor Waters, I'll call you to speak after. I'll call you to speak after Councillor Singh. Yeah, okay. I won't forget you. If you pop your button on there, I will call you to speak. You can make your point. Can you press the button and I'll call you to speak? Let's see what we got. Okay, I'll call you to speak after Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me. I'm just coming out of that horrible 2-week bug thing that's been going
Councillor
around,
Taylor,
so my voice is a bit
the
dodgy.
legal officer wants to speak after the last item. If we let the legal officer speak, then I'll call you.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you.
That's all right.
We need to get the legal officer's point before you proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I'm not familiar with this. I hadn't put my name on, I hadn't pressed the button to speak, but just. Yeah. Just wanted to pick up the point about statutory undertaker and the 5-year funding plan. And your planning officer has already referred that he's familiar with that. Just want to make the point in relation to their duties as statutory undertakers and their ongoing duties. So there will be, broadly speaking, strategic plans that you've explored with Thames Water. But in the meantime, they do need to get on with the day-to-day job. And as your planning officer just said, some of that funding is linked to approved planning permission. So they do have statutory duties. They're a particular class of consultee as a statutory undertaker. So they do have those obligations. And this condition, the phasing condition, which is is essentially a type of Grampian conditions, and should say, just as an aside, Grampian conditions have fallen into misuse, and they are actively discouraged by central government because they lead to all sorts of uncertainty in delivery. And the NPPF is all about delivery and the urgent housing need. But I'm digressing. The statutory undertakers require to continue with their duties, and this condition has been agreed. So I think there is a risk in any deferral in that regard. I think members have to consider the application before you this evening. I don't think a deferral for that reason would be justifiable or defensible. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Obviously, this is an allocated site in the BLP. That's been and gone. We are where we are. There's good and bad I see in this application. I mean, the site itself, looking at the proposed layout, it looks well spaced out. It's not overcrowded. It's got 40% affordable housing, which is 3 and 4 bedroom, which is fantastic. We don't see that very often. The gardens are a good size. I think there is enough parking, to be honest. If you've got garages there as well, I think it's not going to be an issue. And it's nice to see an allocation of amenity space on the development as well. I'm quite pleased that the plans have been changed somewhat, so there is a bigger border boundary between the houses and the park homes on Strande Park. And all in all, I think the application and the site plans are very good. However, and this is the bit that sticks me, is I have really grave concerns, as Councillor Reeves has suggested or spoken about, and other people have spoken about, in regards to this condition that's been put on the planning for Thames Water. Now, We know there's a problem with sewage. We've seen it. We all saw the photos the last time it happened on social media. This isn't a it might, it's a it will, it does, and that will affect the residents who are there currently and future residents. I don't believe the wording on the condition is strong enough. I have grave doubts. I've seen on previous applications, and not Thames Water, but I have seen previous applications where planning conditions have been put on because there have been not fears, but there have been, doubts about certain aspects of the application. These conditions have never been met, no action is taken. And the residents who are on those estates suffer the problems whilst they're living there. Now, whilst I appreciate the advice that we've been given stating that, they don't believe this is a sufficient reason to be deferring, I strongly disagree, because Thames Water, yes, they're a statutory consultee, yes, they have certain obligations. We wouldn't have been calling them to place ONS to give a report if they were fulfilling their statutory obligations in the first place. We know there are issues with Thames Water in this area. We know it's a major problem. We know they're going to require lots and lots of funding to fix the problems that they've got, never mind the new developments. And it really does concern me with the size of the application sites coming through that we are going to have a big problem if we're not very, very specific and very strong with our wording in the conditions to make sure that the current residents and our future residents are protected, especially when there is a history on the site of sewage issues. So I would be happy to second Councillor Reeves' motion if he's put it still on the table, but I would also be happy to table a motion with some stronger worded condition regarding Thames Water if we are looking to approve this application. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very much support Councillor Reeves, Councillor Taylor's comments. The site is an allocated site, AL38. It's no longer Greenbelt. There will be something built here. I think overall this is a reasonable development. I do have two quite serious concerns though. One is around the whole flooding and sewage, unsurprisingly, and the other is around sort of transport generally. On flooding, very concerned, that Lightman's Lane has flooded in this year in January, so that shows the risk is really there. And I think I would agree that we need to really make sure there are extremely tight conditions to effectively force Thames Water to put in the necessary infrastructure. And there are several sections in the report, 10137 around surface water, 10141 around foul water. And I think that just needs to be the strongest possible either condition or or a deferral, so that we can figure out how we can guarantee that is in place before that, as in a full water management system is in place before anybody occupies. In terms of transport, I think there are a number of concerns. There's the junction out onto the Maidenhead Road, which obviously a number of existing dwellings are using. I question whether that junction, is going to be adequate. Slight question over parking as well. I always think, is visitor parking adequately provided? There are 3 spaces at one end. How does that work with people parking at the other end? Also concerned around the active travel side. The planning documentation that we have refers very positively to encouraging cycling, and this site is right next to an actual national cycle route. So I wonder if that could actually be enhanced to help people move between this development and Cookham and this development and Maidenhead Town Centre. I think that would be really beneficial, and it's disappointing to see not more made of that. And in terms of how far £5,000 is going to go on a footpath, I'm not quite sure how far that's going to go. Maybe a couple of meters, I don't know. So there's a general concern about transport and obviously the specific concerns around flooding, and I would be inclined to support to defer until we can get better data on vehicle movements and the sort of like a more coherent transport plan and cast iron guarantees from Thames Water about all water management and potentially even flood defences. I mean, it's right next to a flooding floodplain. So I think that there's a very high risk there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Reeves, Councillor Wilson has added, sorry.
These points as we go.
Yeah,
Just so we can try and keep
I was
track.
listening, I didn't realise, let the officers deal with that, then I'll come back.
Okay, yeah, on the flood risk issue, it's accepted by ourselves that the site is almost entirely within flood zone 1. The evidence has been brought forward. It's within the application pack presented today. So it's not within flood zone 3. Flood zone 3 is nearby, but it's certainly not going to be affected by that on site. There's a small area of flood zone 2 at the front of the site, but there's no physical houses within that area. So officers consider the impact of flood zone 2 being very modest and minor. In relation to cycling, yes, it's adjacent to a cycle path. However, technically, by having access immediately to that path is problematic because the host site isn't designed to accommodate significant numbers of pedestrians, for example, across shared surfaces where there will be ingoing and outgoing traffic without having cycle lanes or bespoke pavements. So that's why that hasn't been pursued. I accept the point. We do want to encourage cycling. All of the houses have got, I believe, 2 cycle spaces. I believe there's 46 in total. They've gone for a higher standard of cycle parking on site. They didn't have to do that, but they have done. So that's something worth noting. Also, when we're talking about vehicle movements, with the peak hour vehicle movements associated with this development are between it's 9 in the AM peak and, sorry, just bear with me, 10 movements. Yeah, the transport assessment shows 9 two-way movements in the AM peak and 10 in the PM peak. 10 cars in the PM peak. Yes, the overall total was greater, but given the overall sustainable development, the affordable housing provision, the site being allocated, it's considered that those aspects far outweigh the harm identified there. Thank you.
Oops, am I on? Can you hear me? Can I just revisit the flooding issue? Because I'm mindful of time, but I think it's important because councillors are making all of their points and understand the concerns. Just to go to Councillor Wilson's point about flooding and deferral, you're suggesting a deferral. Can you just expand on why you would have, what reasons for deferral, if that's a motion?
Thank you. It would essentially be around the overall water management plan. So there was reference to the capacity of the attenuation tank and the drainage and the pumping station. So I don't want to try and repeat all the details, but there are a number of aspects of the water management which seem like they're not robust enough at this point.
So is it in regard to the detail rather than the specifics around the allocation, the site allocation?
Yeah, the site is allocated, something will be built here. And I think that in broad terms, the development is good, you know, the affordable housing content, but it's the issue around effectively the water management. You know, how are these residents and neighbouring residents going to be reassured that the foul water and surface water will improve as a result of this development?
If I may just if I can come back on that point in terms of legal advice and the officer's advice in relation to the conditions that have been agreed to address those concerns and not to revisit I appreciate Councillor Wilson isn't revisiting the allocation, but the flooding was dealt with. The zoning, the allocation, it was dealt with in the High Court challenge as well. And the conditions do address those particularities and the detail in the application.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Just to come back. So I guess the one concern specifically is in 10.142, where Thames Water say the scale of the proposed development doesn't materially affect the sewer network, and as such, we have no objection. However, care needs to be taken when designing new networks. That to me contradicts any commitment they have to, improve the infrastructure. So there's an issue around how do we, if it's not suggested we use a Grampian condition, how do we really strongly condition this so that Thames Water have to put in the full water management infrastructure, pumping station, sewer, surface water, attenuation tank, flood defences if necessary.
I'll call the planning officer in.
Yeah, that wouldn't, sorry, I appreciate the comments there, Councillor Wilson. That wouldn't be the Thames Water's responsibility to install the infrastructure on site. Their domain would only come into practice off-site.
Yeah.
So just to be clear on that one.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, the planning officer wants to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just stepping in here because I feel that we are moving into territory that doesn't come under planning controls. And I hear what members have said, and I've heard the concerns, and I do empathise with that. But we need to be careful that the control we have under planning legislation is limited, and that some aspects are picked up by other agencies, other legislation, and so forth. And in this case, I think we're straying into a territory that's beyond planning control. We can require these things to be provided in the general sense through planning condition, and we could look at tightening those conditions up. I mean, as my colleague said about Grampian conditions, they are not encouraged. They are a mallet to kill a fly. They're overwhelmingly heavy on the application, and they're not encouraged. But we can tighten a planning condition for you if that would help give you the reassurance. But what we can't do is start moving into territory which is not within our remit. It's like us stepping on the toes of building control or environmental health. It's separate. It's covered separately. It's not covered by us. So I have every sympathy with the issues being raised here, but that in its own right doesn't sort the planning side of it. When you build something, you need more than planning permission. You need planning permission, you need building regs, you need agreements through the clean and foul water. There's a whole host of it. You need connectivity to the electric network and so on. There's a whole range of permissions they need to get, of which we are only one. We cannot cover all of the other legislations. We can just say in the planning condition, you need to do this, but that's as far as we can go because we're starting to tread on the toes of other legislation, other powers and other controls. So I just wanted to get that across really. It's not me trying to say, I don't sympathise with you, I do, but it's beyond planning.
Sorry, what I'm going to do, councillors, I'm going to hear Councillor Singh, Douglas, Waters and Taylor, and then I'm going to go back to Councillors Reeves and Wilson and ask them what you want to do with these planning conditions. I think the officer's advice is very, very clear. And if panel is minded to, I've got you on here as well. Do you want to respond to the officer? Turn the mic on.
Sorry, purely because when I spoke, I said I would be happy to second the motion, or I would want to table a motion with stronger conditions. And I don't think that was recognised by the chair or written down that I was going to put that motion forward. Sorry, that's why I just wanted to jump in.
I apologise, I didn't pick that up. So we've got another one. Councillor Singh, do you want to speak while I'm writing?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, look, I've been listening to the debate. Yeah, look, this is a really tricky one, really, very, very tricky. I mean, I'm quite sort of angry about it sort of come, but we've got to look at this application on the evidence. Because when this goes to appeal, if we knock it out, and it will go to appeal, the inspector is going to look at the evidence in front of us. This site is an allocated site. It's not in Greenbelt anymore. I mean, I fought hard to keep these sites out of the borough local plan. And Councillor Waters will know, I tried to persuade colleagues, but the Conservatives pushed it through. Councillor Waters voted for it to be in the borough local plan. Councillor Waters stuck his hand in the air. He was reaching for the stars.
Gentlemen,
And
no arguing in the meeting, please. No arguing. Let's calm it down.
The point what I'm trying to make is, because this site is in a borough local plan, there is a presumption that there will be something built there. And there will be something built there. That's a fact. That's a fact, because we have a government at the moment who's got a manifesto. They want to build 1.5 million houses in the UK. In this country at the moment, we've got 150,000 children in temporary accommodation. 70% of our residents in temporary accommodation are outside the borough. Tilted balance is against us. The presumption there is in favour of development. And when this goes to appeal, if we reject this today, it goes to appeal, the inspector will scrutinise this thoroughly. Every word of this committee hearing, all the documents and all the evidence. There are issues, but there's a huge amount of conditions that officers have agreed to put onto this application. We've got the ward councillors have both spoken against it and have cited concerns. And a lot of these concerns have been taken on board. Councillor Taylor has forwarded a motion here to defer it. There's another application going to be heard this evening, and that's also relates to Cookham. You know, a lot of these applications, our hands are tied because these are allocated sites and the Conservatives have put them through. There's nothing we can do about that. We've got a new administration. The policies that we are bound by are the policies that have been adopted by this council. If this goes back to and is deferred and delegated to officers, I am minded to agree with Councillor Taylor to tighten the screws in terms of the conditions in terms of sewage. In the report, I mean, you know, some of this stuff, the evacuation plan, I mean, they've stated in the report, evacuation, if these are two-story properties, people can run upstairs if there's a flood. Now, we can laugh at that, but an inspector is going to look at that and say, if there's a risk to life, you're going to go in the upstairs bedroom. The properties are raised. And time again, I've seen in the council reports, these applications go to appeal, they get agreed at appeal, and we lose many of our conditions. Not only do we lose our conditions, we lose the funding, and we lose all the additional things that we negotiated with these developers. So look, I'm minded to support Councillor Taylor. Obviously, I need to hear the conditions and how we're going to tighten them. But unless there's some sort of Grampian condition that we can put on this side which will stand up to policy, and we have the legal and officers in an agreement that, you know, these will stand up. Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to inflict any more pain on residents, because all we're doing at the moment, this application went in the week the borough local plan was adopted. The developers were waiting with that and they knew they'd get the plan in. And it's taken them 2 years to negotiate, and we've managed to bring them down from 25 units to 20. But yeah, who knows what could happen. If it goes to appeal, you know, they might want to pump it back up to 25. We don't know. So, I mean, I'm willing to listen to the officers' take on this.
Just a quick question, councillor Singh. Are you seconding councillor Taylor's motion?
Yes, I need to obviously hear the,
Okay.
how we're going to tighten the screws, because we do need to tighten up some of these
Right.
conditions.
And I'll bring the planning officer in now who wants to comment on your speech. And then councillor Waters. I'm changing the order slightly to councillor Waters to speak next after councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, councillor Singh. I think my suggestion would be, in terms of the Thames Water condition, no development above slab level. So what that does, that allows for the applicant to have obviously some form of assurance the development is there. They can do the groundworks in the knowledge that in due course Thames Water, as they originally worded, their condition will come to fruition. And obviously the groundworks are significant because we're talking about underground storage, etc. So that would not allow for above ground development, houses to be built, sitting idle, waiting for, that's one option.
Yeah, something sensible like that, Nick, would be really good, because the thing is, I mean, we're not stupid. We know that these developers, when we're going to get on the site, they need to do all the groundworks, they need to dig the trenches, they need to do the foundations, they need to put all of that in place, and the drains, and obviously then get the heavy excavators and everything off the site. But we do need to make sure that the drainage and everything is in place before they go above, definitely above ground level. I mean, definitely above. Councillor Taylor, I mean, what do you think? It's your motion.
Okay, you happy with that, councillor Taylor?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you very well. Did you say nothing above slab level?
Above slab level?
Yeah.
Was it slab or ground? I think it was ground, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's much the same thing. So ground level, I think, Nick, you were saying, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe I used the term slab, but ground is a similar thing.
So foundations, infrastructure, blah, 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 could all happen, but we would stop anything further until
Yes.
it was,
Yeah, and I think that approach is sensible. This condition has been used on other sites, allocated sites. I know for a fact, 'cause I dealt with a site in Windsor, AL21, and there are other sites in the borough where Thames Water have used virtually, identical conditional language. So I think just being mindful of dealing with sites in a similar fashion is something to consider as well. So thank you.
I was just going to add as well that condition is extremely easy to enforce as well, because it's very easy. Sorry, it's very easy to enforce because you can see straight away where anything's gone above ground level, can't you? So very straightforward enforcement from our point of view.
yeah, I would be happy with that definition as a condition. I understand where the residents are coming from. We've been here with Spencer's Farm as well. And, you know, there's only so much we can do. And what I really want to do for you guys tonight is to make sure we can do the most we can to make sure that everything we can do to make this situation a bad situation as best as we can, that we do. And I hope that you can see that.
Okay.
Yes.
Right,
Thank you.
I'm going to move on.
So Chairman, I'm happy to support that if it's ground level, but we need to make sure that they don't go above ground level. That condition, we're going to enforce them and we're going to be watching them very closely.
Okay, I've written it down,
Okay,
councillor
thank you.
Singh. I've written it down.
All right, thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief, Chairman. Yeah, I'll be brief, Chairman. Has councillor Greaves' motion been seconded? Has it been seconded? It hasn't, okay. No, just two quick things. Why don't we look at our own policies instead of talking about what we can't do? Development proposals must demonstrate the adequate water supply and sewage infrastructure in or off the site. And that the development would not rather lead to problems for existing users. It's as plain as a pikestaff. We've got it with our own policy. We shouldn't allow things which are going to cause a whole lot of problems to the people of Cookham in the future, put it in simple words. So it's already there. The officer only read out number 4, that's number 3.
Which policy is this?
This is IF7, and the officer read out IF7, but he only read out one number 4. I'm reading out number 3. Anyway, that's just that, Chairman. The other thing, I've seemed to cause a bit of a stir about this, Grampian. And the officer said it's a bit heavy. Now, what does she mean by that? The good thing about heavy Grampians is the fact that you can't do anything, or you can't start, is the word, until you've agreed all these very important things about sewage and this, that, and the other. I don't care a damn, but it's, has not often used nowadays. People like who are in power at the moment don't want to use any. They want to just go ahead with their theories about development, and we're stuck with it with the new MPPF and last minute things, which I still think is very unfair to the people of Cookham, right at the last minute. And unfortunately, and Mrs. Reid is a very, very good planner, but unfortunately I couldn't hear most of what she said, and I'm a bit nearer, so that it's unfair on the people who come all this way. But anyway, you haven't got a second of your, I beg to second.
Are you done?
Yes, thank you.
You're done. Okay, Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. May I direct a question at the planning officer? Thank you, Nick. So can I just check I understood you, and I think the legal officer right, when you were talking about Thames Water and when they can invest in infrastructure upgrades. Did you suggest that they require planning applications to be consented before that unlocks investment in the infrastructure? Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that is correct. And equally, there is a connection fee. I mean, people have asked the question, why is there no funding towards the infrastructure improvements? That's another question people have asked. Why is the applicant not paying any money to Thames Water for these upgrades? As part of Thames Water's pricing structure, there's a fee of, it's approximately £1,300 per dwelling for foul and surface water connection. So when you add that up across 20, you're talking about somewhere in the region of 28,000 for 20 dwellings. It could be more than that, but so there is external to planning, there is a fee that they will pay. Equally, the other site in Cookham, that one's paying a lot more because it's 200 houses, if it's approved. 200 and, I believe from memory, that's 266,000. So it's a lot of money. But those monies would then go towards some of the infrastructure upgrades. So that's why they are waiting on the outcomes of these decisions before the fruition of the detailed plan comes forward.
Okay, so the negative impacts of the developments on, say, the sewage system need to be sort of weighed against the potential positive impacts of the investment that gets unlocked by them. Is that basically what you're saying?
Do you mind repeating that?
So are you saying that the negative impacts of the developments on the sewage system, the extra capacity that needs to be catered for, obviously that's a consideration, but that needs to be weighted against the fact that, in fact, the capacity is not going to improve until plans are consented, because that unlocks the investment. That's summarising what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, well, they've acknowledged that the existing capacity is below, and therefore they need the phasing plan and the if you like reassurance of the funds that they're going to get from this scheme, and then they can go to Ofwat and say this is an approved scheme, etc. Now, I can't profess to be an expert in their structure, so I'm cautious about what I'm saying, but that certainly is my understanding of what happens.
Thank you. So Councillor Taylor's proposal that's been seconded by Councillor Singh, is that going to get in the way of this at all? If we put a condition on that's tighter, such as, you can't build above slab level, does that then prevent the investment, or does it not make any difference?
No, that it would have the contrary impact because if you like, that as soon as development's commenced, that development will be extant for
As
perpetuity.
soon as the ground is broken?
Yeah.
Okay, in which case I think I'm firmly behind councillor Taylor's proposal. Thank you, Nick.
Okay, councillor Wilson, followed by councillor Reeves. What I'm going to say is there are two motions on the table, both with seconders. And you've got councillor Reeves' motion seconded by councillor Wilson and councillor Taylor's motion seconded by councillor Singh. They're actually quite similar.
Councillor Walters.
Councillor Walters, oh yeah, because councillor Walters' motion, councillor McGee's motion hasn't been seconded.
No.
It hasn't been seconded. Okay. Yeah, so unless there's a seconder, that motion falls away because there isn't a seconder.
Councillor Taylor's on the table at the moment.
No, the motion that's on the table at the moment is councillor Reeves because it was put first and seconded first. Is that right? No,
Sorry, Chair, just, sorry, Chair, just, no, there has been a fair few motions. Obviously, we had councillor Majid, there was no seconder. We did then second motion put on the table was councillor Reeves. How at the time there was no official seconder. Then we had councillor Taylor basically saying that she would second councillor Reeves's, but was in mind to propose her own motion with the tighter conditions, which was then subsequently seconded by councillor Singh. And that's where we stand. That was the first motion with the seconder.
Hold on a minute. Councillor Wilson seconded councillor Reeves' motion before councillor Singh seconded councillor Taylor's motion. I'm adamant, that's what happened.
I believe councillor Wilson's word was he was minded to, but never officially confirmed that he was going to.
Did you not say yes?
Not formally, no.
No, he said he was minded to, but not officially.
Okay, I'll give it.
Second. I did write down Wilson question mark, but didn't.
Okay,
I know where
right,
you're
I
coming
thought
from
you
there,
did.
Chair.
All right, okay, I give way. So the motion on the table, the first motion is councillor Taylor's.
Yes.
Yeah?
So
we all agree, councillors, I don't want to get this wrong. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay,
I could make this easier because I was actually intending on withdrawing my motion.
you're going to withdraw your motion.
But can that be done if someone seconded it or not?
I mean, technically.
I know.
Yes, so yeah, but yes, so councillor Walters is correct, he did second the motion, but after councillor Singh had already seconded. So we would go to that vote regardless anyway at the end of this debate. But so I just need to confirm obviously around the whole motion, because I've got a few, it's just a bit messy on my piece of paper, I'm afraid. So councillor Taylor, if you wouldn't mind just repeating it one last time, just so that the whole room is confirmed on it.
Sorry, we had to,
Got a comment.
have we got the ability to speak before we go to the vote?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Because we had our last 2 points.
Your motion, please. It's going to go to councillor Wilson first, all right?
And then.
All right, thank you, Chair. Sorry, so just coming back to the, which I think is the approved motion with tighter conditions, I just want to be clear what the tighter conditions are. So just looking through the report, 10179 refers to Thames Water's a recommendation of a planning condition. The development should not be occupied until confirmation is provided that either foul water network upgrades required have been completed or a phasing plan has been agreed. So I think we're now saying we're talking about no development above slab level is the timing threshold. I think that's clear. Can we make sure then that there are 2 conditions, one covering foul water and one covering surface water? Because if I go to the conditions section, I might have missed it, but I can't find one currently referring to foul water, even though it's in 10179. There's a surface water condition. Or have I missed it?
Yeah, sorry.
Which one is it?
I'm going to ask the planning officers to speak, and I'm going to make a suggestion in a minute myself.
No, that's only in the.
Yes, we can include two separate conditions to make it absolutely clear that nothing, that neither, that they can only go as far as ground level on both conditions. Does that help?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, okay then. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's probably not that clear. So actually, I agree with you. It would look better as 2 conditions.
Yeah. Because I think the key point that a number of people have raised, well, there are 2 points, and yeah, they're 2 different points. One is the
Yeah,
foul water and the other is the surface water. So to have 2 clear
I think
conditions
it
on
would be
both of
clearer,
those.
much clearer. I agree
Yeah.
with you. So it would be a better way forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Reeves.
So, thank you very much. This is not switched on yet. Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to, whilst people were talking, I actually wanted to correct part of what I said earlier, to be factually correct, which was that, yes, Thames Water did present to us that they were awaiting the Ofwat decision, but actually, Thames Water have actually received the Ofwat decision. So it says quite clearly, and there was we've now received our final determination of our economic from Ofwat. This is the regulatory period for April 2025 to March 2030. It details how much money Ofwat will allow us to recover from customers. So it does actually, they've already given their decision. So I just wanted to correct what I stated earlier, which was that we were still waiting for it. That changes, I'm afraid that changes my position on my motion. That's why I was going to withdraw it, because the premise of it was to defer because we were waiting for the decision. That decision has already been given, so therefore I just wanted to make that clear, if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to try and come up with a motion to defer with tighter conditions. It's going to be difficult. What have you got? That's what you want, isn't it? To put on the table? No, it's not what you want. Legal officer's shaking her head. What do you want, Councillor Taylor?
Am I on? I'm on. So my motion was to go with officer's recommendation, but to change the conditions to make them as strong as possible. And I mean steel ring strong, that nothing is going to go above slab level. So the wording in 14, prior to occupation of the first dwelling, would need to be changed to prior to any part of the development going above slab level. Details to accommodate additional flows from the development have been completed for surface water network upgrades and foul stroke sewage drainage.
What I was just discussing with the clerk of committee was to use 2 conditions.
To split them?
To split them for clarity. It's
Yeah,
much,
I would be
it's much more
happy with that.
straightforward in terms of, in terms of if there is any requirement for full enforcement, it's tighter that way.
Yeah, okay, no, I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so do we have a motion? Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Clarification.
This will have to be the last
This
speaker.
is on the
It's 8
conditions.
o'clock. Time's moving on.
This is on the wording, sorry, of the conditions. So the as currently worded, there's an either or. And I wonder if we can restrict it to the first option, which is that all foul or surface water network upgrades required to accommodate additional flows have been completed. Because the or is like a phasing plan has been agreed, and it feels like the second option of that or is a lot softer.
They can't phase it, they might do the first bit.
Is that it?
Yep. So
that's it.
That's
You want to speak?
yes. Just to confirm, yes, we can add that in the condition as well. Yes, that's reasonable.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to ask the planning officer where we got up to, so I'm going to have to read it out. And then we're going to have a vote.
And the extra vote. Oh, he just added.
Councillor Wilson, can you turn your mic
These
off?
are the motions.
To take away condition 14,
Yeah.
replace with 2 separate conditions in relation to surface water and foul water to limit development to no higher than ground level.
Yes.
And what was the extra bit that Councillor Wilson wanted?
It was the second part. I want to come to or it was remove.
Yeah, remove the or.
Yeah,
Yeah, remove the or.
yeah, so.
Shall I have a motion?
Yes, I think we've got there.
Are you going to read it out? Michael, read it
Michael
out?
reads it out.
I will read what I've got in front of me. Apologies, Councillor Taylor, just obviously confirming everything there. So it is to accept officer recommendations to grant planning permission with the conditions listed in the report in the committee update, with the removal of condition 14 to be replaced by 2 new conditions in relation to surface water and foul water, and to limit development to no higher than ground level. Because obviously we're not even going to consider the word or in it, because we're going to remove condition 14 to replace with 2 brand new conditions. Are we happy with that? And Councillor Singh, are you still happy to be seconding that?
Yes, please.
Cool. So with that, committee, I will take a named vote whether you are for permitting the application, against, or abstaining from the vote. Councillor Baskerville.
For.
Councillor Douglas.
For.
Councillor Hill.
For.
Councillor Majid.
For.
Councillor Reeves.
For.
Councillor Gurj Singh.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Walters. Councillor Wilson. So there's 8 for and 1 abstention, Chair, so the motion carries with the additional conditions.
Thank you very much. Several people are nagging me for comfort breaks, so we'll adjourn for, say, 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, then we'll come back. What I will say is we've got another 2 applications to go. We usually ask at 9 o'clock whether people want to carry on. If the next one, which is for 160 homes, I think, is like this one, we'll be running to 10 at least. So have a think about that before I ask you. Okay, let's have a quick comfort break. People want a break. Thank you very much. Whoever's calling out, thank you. I don't know who you are. Right, have we got everybody? Louise. Let's wait for Leah. Okay, I've just been informed of the Constitution. We can only adjourn after we've been sitting for more than 3 hours. We've got half an hour to go, so we can't adjourn. That puts me in a position where we have to hear the next application, which is Site A. It's likely to run on, for which I apologise. But that's the way the rule book works. The rule book's a bit of an ass. Sometimes it doesn't work in our favour, but that's where we are. So I intend to press on with Site A. But that if we can ask members to speak quickly or keep it short, that would help. And then we'll decide whether we want to hear Site B. I should think by that time we will all be exhausted, particularly your chairman. So right, let's start with Site A. And I'll start calling the speakers. I hope that's okay with everybody. I don't want to put people under undue pressure, but that's the rule book.
Presentation first.
Oh, the presentation. Yeah, we're going to do a presentation first, sorry.
Okay. Right, thank you, everybody. This is item 2. It's Site A, Lower Mount Farm, Long Lane, Cookham. It's a hybrid application for 160 dwellings, C3 use, full application for these with associated open space, hard and soft landscaping, SUDs, vehicle access, parking, associated infrastructure off Cannon Road, Cookham. The application also includes an outline for 5 self-built dwellings and associated parking where all matters are reserved except for access. With regards to case updates, we have heard this evening already about the MPPF update 2004. I'll run through that very briefly. The report sets out that the relevant local and national planning policies, together with pro forma requirements for the site, subject to planning condition and a signed legal agreement, have been adhered to. Development plan policies, the BLP, do not become out of date due to the adoption of the new MPPF. The BLP remains the starting point for determination of the application, which is supported by the December MPPF and the RBWM housing supply position. There's no significant change in policy from the previous iterations of the MPPF for this allocated site. The new MPPF is a material consideration. It means that it's down to the decision makers how much weight to put on that against the adopted development plan. The key change in relation to the new MPPF is obviously the tilted balance. Paragraph 11D 2, again, is relevant here. This requires decision makers to grant planning permission of applications unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies of this framework taken as a whole, having particular regard to key policies for directing development towards sustainable locations, making effective use of land, securing well-designed places, and providing affordable homes, individually or in combination. So that is a direct quote from paragraph 11D2. Officers remain of the view the development before you is policy compliant. It's on this allocated housing site. The harms relating to highway impacts are considered to be somewhat inflated. The data presented to officers showed the worst case scenario before the travel plan and other sustainable credentials have been added to the scheme. Officers are of the view that, as detailed in the planning balance section of the report, the other harms of this development, such as those voiced in relation to parking, layout, house types, etc., are not backed up by policy or supplementary planning document evidence. Therefore, the new NPPF does nothing to change officer recommendation. Indeed, it strengthens the case in balance of approval. So the second update relates to consultations received. We have received a consultation update from the housing officer. This is in response to an objection letter we received from Councillor Howard, and the housing officer has confirmed that the mix proposed on this site is in accordance with the requirements for the latest affordable housing SPD, which was adopted a couple of months ago in 2014. That SPD highlights that there is a significant demand for two-bed flat houses, and that's been evidenced in the update sheet circulated today. Update 3, objection letters. There have been 5 objection letters received. Most of the topics covered have already been covered in the committee report and should not be reiterated here. Concerns relating to foul water drainage have been discussed on the previous application, maybe will be discussed again. There were comments in relation to a lack of a response from Southern Water. This isn't an indication that there's a lack of water supply or connections to the site. Southern Water are immediate neighbours to the site. They got a letter originally, but haven't responded. We took the view to consult with them again because they were immediately bordering the site in the pumping station. The electrical company equally were consulted, given the overhead cabling on site, but their response does not mean that this is any way a problem, which is in any event covered by other legislation outside the Town and Country Planning Act 1990. Update 4, Cookham Society have written to us. They are concerned about the lack of bus provision. This was looked into, and the request was deemed to have merit, significant merit, in regards to the school run provision. There is a bus that runs from High Wycombe and it stops at Bourne End every half hour, and only the single hourly service runs past Cookham and then into Maidenhead. So the applicant has accepted a contribution of £20,000 towards an increased bus provision during the school run, morning and evening peak. That's part of this application. The other matters that I've raised are covered in the report. Update 5, this is from Councillor Howard. 9 points of objection were received. This is published online. We've discussed the housing issue. There was a suggestion there was too many 1 and 2 bed houses and flats. This will be discussed later in this presentation. Safe routes to school. We have looked into this issue in terms of crossing the road outside the host site. Again, I'll explain this further in the presentation. With regards to parking and the application of the Highway Design Guide 2004, we have applied the higher standards for this site. It's over 800 metres away from the nearby station, so the higher plan standards apply. And again, this presentation will demonstrate that acceptable provision has been achieved. Bus routes, we touched upon the bus routes already. The yellow lines at the site at the front of the entrance were raised as a concern. Who's going to enforce that? This is considered something for the management company. The drainage ponds, this has been raised previously. That was in the stakeholder master plan process as being used for recreation, and the applicant is using that this time round for the proposal. And the final points were in relation to emissions and traffic, and these will be covered in the response later in this presentation. And the penultimate update is from the parish. The parish have written to us. They've talked to us about a appeal decision, which they think is relevant. This arrived very late last night, but we have looked into this. The Wickham site that they refer to is, in our opinion, vastly different. That was for 650 houses, employment land, school and early years provision, all with traffic routed towards the A40. This is no way comparable to what is being proposed this evening. Also, in terms of overall traffic impact, this will be discussed later in the presentation. Update 7, and this is committee report corrections. This is largely MPPF paragraph changing, so nothing that is particularly major. The content of those new paragraphs is not significantly altered from the previous version. The one update that is relevant, I think, is paragraph 10.129. There is a quotation mark there. That was not a quote. So if you see the other report, that isn't included as a quote. That has just unfortunately appeared during the process. So that shouldn't be deemed as a quote from anybody. Okay, I shall now start the presentation. And the MPPF is the version December 2024 as discussed. This is an allocated site with AL 37 for approximately 200 dwellings. There are 15 pro forma requirements for the site. Due to the overall size, policy QP13 requires a stakeholder master plan, and this was unanimously adopted on the 30th of March 2023. This is considered an important material consideration in this application. Supplementary planning guidance of particular reference is, again, the Residential Design Guide and the Cookham Design Guide. So the application is to the south of the village known as Cookham Rise, approximately 2 miles north of Maidenhead Town Centre, located 2 miles to the east of the A404. The constraints map shows there are no heritage assets on site or nearby. The land is safeguarded for minerals and sharp extraction, but that is a generic coverage across large swathes of the local area. Agricultural land is classified as good, very good. Again, groundwater protection zone entirely within flood zone 1. It's been taken out of the green belt and it is an allocated housing site, as said. External to the site, hatched in green, is greenbelt land. The purple lines on the site are publicly owned footpaths, and to the north of the image you see before you in the darker green, that is Alfred Major Recreation Ground, approximately 400 metres away. So this is the host site. Overall allocation, AL37. Lower Mount Farm is to the south. This is a commercial enterprise. There are farm activities there and an equally low-rise industrial. Long lanes to the south of that. Leicester's Road is in the northwest corner. Thames Water Pumping Station is adjacent to the site to the north. Southwood Road, again, is to the north. White Ladies Lane connects to Southwood Road. Cannon Down Road itself is to the east. The site we are looking at today is Site A. This is 7.63 hectares in size. Site B is the next application. The reason for the two applications is different ownerships of the land parcels. This is the application site in red, submitted with the application. As you can see, there's a connection to White Ladies Lane via Arthur's Close. images. So top left, number 1, this is a view of where the entrance would be on Cannon Down Road. Number 2, internally within the site looking north, largely laid to grass with tree-lined boundaries, semi-mature in age. 3 looks towards Arthur Close. More images. Number 1, again, central area looking at the tree belt. Number 2 shows the northern boundary adjacent to the water pumping station. And number 3, the top of the site looking north towards Leicester's Road. Last slide on photographs. The centre of the site, number 1, looking towards the entrance for the farm as was. Number 2 indicates a view along the boundary looking south. And number 3 is the access from Arthur's Close. This is a slide just to remind you of what we're looking at, Site A in magnitude this evening. So the stakeholder master plan was evolved over a year. Some of the key points to take from this plan of that process are: number 1, in the top left corner, there was no access proposed to Leicester's Road. Number 2 shows where the suds basins would be expected to be. Number 3 gives an indication of the tree-lined streets that were expected. Number 4 shows where the main vehicle access would be. And number 5 shows the emergency access to Arthur's Close with a possible use of 5 dwellings. So in the event, this is the layout that we received. It follows very carefully what was achieved at stakeholder master plan stage. All the buildings are equal to or in excess of NDSS standards. Suitable back-to-back distances have been achieved. Parking standards have been met with garages, including 16 spaces, and there is a surplus there of 25 provided. And the biodiversity net gain is achieved on site. Sustainability credentials of this development. All the dwellings will have a fabric first approach, improving U values, reducing thermal bridging, etc. All will have air source heat pumps and electric charging points, 1 per dwelling. All houses will have PV panels, total saving 70% and carbon offset of just under 400,000. The housing mix, there is 135 dwellings, 138 houses, 27 masonettes. 57% are either 3, 4 or 5 bed. There are 33% 2 bed and 10% 1 bed. Affordable housing on site, there are 99 houses in market houses, that's 60%, and 66 affordable houses, 40%. There is an agreed affordable housing mix and 10-year split. The affordable housing pro forma 1 does require family houses to be with gardens. There are 66 affordable homes with within the dwelling mix, 1 or 2 bed masonettes as well. The proportion is 27 masonettes, that's 41%, and 39 houses, which is 59% houses. All the masonettes have good sized balconies and all usable outdoor amenity space. All the houses have gardens equal to or above required standards. The housing officer has confirmed that this mix will meet a range of local housing needs. This is in accordance with the recently adopted Affordable Housing SPD. 2 images below show some of the demand that is currently expected. You can see on the bottom left, this is from the 2024 SPD, 25% demand for 2-bed houses, while when one looks at the register, there are more people looking for the 2-bed houses, 325 or 38%, than anybody else on the register at present. So the stakeholder master plan, this again was agreed before the application came in. So setback from Cannon Down Road, new woodland at number 3, suds and recreation expected in that location, and a leap, which is a locally equipped area of play, lap provision, local area play, community orchard, enhanced planting, and the infrastructure put forward with regards to green infrastructure does follow, again, what was outlined. So there's 2.15 hectares of amenity green space. There's 1 lap and 1 leap. There is a trim trail through the woods, connection to public rights of way, 3 drainage basins. Certainly one is proposed to be used for recreation. There's no reason why the others couldn't be either. The 138 houses are with full compliance to garden sizes and NDSS standards. The 27 maisonettes, as discussed, have private amenity space, balconies, or external amenity space. Landscaping, this is the indicative landscaping plan for Site A. Officers are content with the details and expectations for the landscaping to be covered by future planning condition, but the layout demonstrates sufficient capability for tree-lined streets, etc. Again, going back to the stakeholder master plan, the character areas were identified as to what was expected to take place on the site. There were broadly 3 different character areas: village streets, which were generally terraced, semi-detached houses along a traditional vernacular, lane links, which are higher density, shared surfaces, where parking would take place in front of houses in a bay arrangement, and lane edges, which again, a looser development, lower density, and that has been achieved. This is a final slide from the stakeholder master plan. Interesting slide in the sense that it showed you the size of front gardens that was expected, the width of roads, etc. And these details have been carefully followed over the course of the application with the applicant to ensure good practice is followed. So these are the character and material plans for Site A. There's 20 different house types with 86 different finishes. So the bottom left, just to show you as an example, that is the front gardens of these properties. So you go from the road, if you're on the road going northwards, you have a tree-lined street, then there's a 2-metre footway, and then you have these small gardens. Those small gardens are conditioned, so they can't be paved over to retain the visual amenity of the area. The lane links, village streets, etc. are shown. Buff brick, red brick, brown brick, different colour roof tiles, coining details, and a whole series of different finishes on the properties, including external chimney stacks. So some CGIs, there are 6 of these. Here we can see gable properties, pitch roof porches, external chimney stacks, first floor bay windows, weatherboarding. That's a lane edge. This is a village street, a slightly higher density. Again, pitch porches, front gardens, tree-lined street. The village street, single-sided. This would be one of the attenuation basins. They would be laid to grass with, so that image is slightly misleading. It would be made to glass, and we would condition that at planning condition stage. But the buildings, you can see flint detailing. There's lintel and soldier course over the windows and exposed rafters and eaves detailings. This is the inner street view. Again, you can see an exposed stack, slightly articulated off the flank elevation. It's a design feature. This is from Cannon Down Road, looking into the site. I think this is a realistic expectation when the planting is fully matured. Officers are of the opinion this is an attractive development, as shown in the images before you. Some street scenes, they're all 2-storey properties with one building slightly higher ridge height, but the rest of them are predominantly 8.5 metres to the ridge. This is a lane link. There's the taller building I was referring to in the middle there with the weatherboarding. But they're well spaced out with, as I say, plenty of different detailing and articulation. And the greyed out area on the left of this image, that denotes Site B, which we'll look at next. So these are the actual house types. I've put affordable where these are the affordable types. The Baker is the only affordable 2-bed on this scheme. And this is important because there are 17 of these in this proposal. And not only that, I put the enlarged floor size at first floor level. They both benefit from double bedrooms. So this is exactly what the affordable housing SPD asked for, with 2 beds with 2 doubles. So not a small single, and one large. So this is a very acceptable dwelling from our perspective, all with policy compliant and above garden sizes. This is the Fisher Piper affordable dwelling. These should be referred to as masonettes because they've all got their own front doors. Flats would generally be using one door and then having an entrance which shared with another. These don't do that. They have their own unique front doors. Dexter Butler, again, this is a masonette, external balcony on this one. The different house types are shown with a pitch roof, hipped roof, etc. The cartographer, I'll go through some of these fairly quickly. The Lima, this is a non-affordable house. This is a market house, flint detailing. The Framer, again, there's a lot of different details per dwelling, coining act going on, gables, front projections, etc. Visual interest is, in officer's opinion, very much apparent in this scheme. And the Philosopher, the Weaver, string course, brick banding, etc. And this is the Walker with the slightly taller eaves ridge. The tree removal plan before you, there's one category B tree lost, the rest are all category C trees. There's been no objection from the tree officer in this regard. This is the 37 bus route. There is a current half-hour service that stops at Bourne End. And as part of this application, there is a payment of £20,000 going specifically towards school run provision to extend that bus route, AM and PM peak. And this image shows where the local services are, schools, leisure facilities and healthcare facilities. And the 37 bus route does go very close to all of these. Access arrangements, there is a oversized priority access on this scheme, and this allows for, be it the sole access to the scheme, a lot of vehicle usage, which is expected. This is good from our perspective. It's away from the more residential White Ladies Lane. As part of this, there'll be a 30-mile-an-hour speed reduction further along Cannon Down Road than where it currently is. There will also be public rights of way improvements, local bus stop enhancement works to 4 local bus stops, and there will be a signalised crossing over White Ladies Lane so the children can safely walk to school via Alfred Major playing field. And also there are 2 pedestrian accesses on Cannon Down Road with refuge islands. So that image on the right-hand side, as you see it, that allows for a pedestrian to safely rest in the middle of the road if it's busy and then finish their journey over the road. So there are 2 of them on Cannon Down Road. The highway travel plan has been submitted, and this aims to reduce car use by 10%. And the total sum of highway monies being submitted is 187,000. So with regards to access, I'm aware it's a very sensitive issue locally. We have assessed all of the main junctions and we have looked at the worst affected, including the Stanley Spencer junction. However, we've concluded and found that there is between 8% and 9% in the evening lower traffic use than what was reviewed in the borough local plan on that particular junction. This is in part due to COVID and current travel habits being different. The Highways Department have reviewed the data and they've concluded the impact's not severe. The updated transport assessment also uses some of the parish's data on queuing from Cookham Bridge. It doesn't show significant tailbacks. The peak hour, the worst case scenario, this is before we're talking any travel plan work has taken place, would see 144 movements, 2-way expected daily. This would equal to 29 movements via the pound in the AM or PM peak, and that is effectively 1 movement every 2 minutes, while on the Cookham Bridge junction, it's 20 movements or 1 movement every 3 minutes in the AM peak. This is the final slide, and The conclusion from officers is subject to conditions and legal agreements. There are no statutory or non-statutory objections to the scheme. The application adheres to the borough local plan. There is a lack of a 5-year land supply and the NPPF tilted balance applies. No adverse harms that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the NPPF policies as a whole have been identified. The recommendation is to approve the development as set out in section 1 of the report, subject to the signing of a legal agreement, including that of the updated addendum sheet, and of course the planning conditions listed in section 15 of the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the planning officer for that very good introduction. So I'd like to call the first speaker, which is Paul Strande. You have 3 minutes to object to the scheme before us. Thank you very much. So you press the button on your right to get the mic going. That's it. That's the one. Thank you.
I want to reduce my presentation and go slowly because you need to get these points. And hopefully I can help with the depression of Councillor Singh in that you can't refuse a borough local plan application because you can. And I'm also going to deal with some of the numbers that were presented there.
Can you speak straight at the mic?
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon.
So we can hear you clearly. It's important so everybody hears exactly what you say. I'll give you an extra couple of seconds.
Say when. Is it okay? All right, let me start. Over 3.5 times the current delays at Spencer's Gallery Junction and overcapacity reports the traffic assessment. That's without this development. That's because of the committed developments, not least in Bourne End. Planning calls that material. This development adds a further 2.5 times the current delays, totaling 6 times the increase on today's problematic traffic. Yet planning says that's not material and no reason to oppose the development. Is this severe? A breach of the new NPPF 116, an automatic refusal? There's no definition of severe. It needs a case study. Nothing is offered, just states it's not severe. I explained the inspector's appeal refusal in the local plan allocation of Gone Valley Wickham on severe grounds due to no mitigation and the wrong modelling software that doesn't deal with interactions at junctions. No planning comment until about 10 minutes ago. This application uses the same wrong software. Independent traffic consultants paid for by the parish and parishioners have confirmed that. It's in your pack, it's in the website as of today. I can't justify it's severe, but neither can you say it's not. The developer said mitigation should be paid for by Wickham. Planning bizarrely proposes 10 grand over 10 years to monitor the junction. And if needed, spend still money. Sure, councillors couldn't even afford to buy the paint for our bridge. No mitigation ideas presented and a required travel plan to reduce traffic by 10% is putting up posters. It's kicking the can down the road. What happens at the junction ripples through the Pound, the Rise and the Borough. Given mistakes from the RBWM in the local plan and the developer, we need a comprehensive, error-free, independent assessment on severity, and in any case, mitigation plans that have eluded engineers to date, that are committed and start now before any development approval, not when we're gridlocked. It breaches NPPF 115D, 116, 118, and EP 2.4 on pollution, because cars that go at 3 miles an hour issue 4 times the pollution than they do at 30 miles an hour. You were asked to approve the building of the largest single development in Cookham's 2,000 years history. You don't know if the village and into the borough will be in gridlock. Remember, 6 times increased delays. It's an estate that you could put anywhere. It's not been assessed by the design southeast as required by the design
I'm gonna have to
guide.
hurry you. You're
And there are
well
no
over time.
guarantees on utilities. I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon?
You're well over time. I've given you extra time. I'll give you another 10 seconds. Come on.
The conditions do not offer the right planning balance with no assurance of solutions. Please refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if I can call Jacqueline Edwards, please, from the Parish Council. Thank you.
So Jackie Edwards, Cookham Parish Council. The officer's report recommends approval for this very large application for 160 dwellings in Cookham. However, Cookham Parish Council does not believe this proposal meets important planning requirements in key areas such as sewage infrastructure, traffic, parking, usable community open space, public transport, safe routes to school, etc., etc. We've already discussed sewage at great length. All the sewage from this development, with its hundreds of bottoms, will all pass through the sewage system in Lightlands Lane. We already know that is inadequate. This planning development should have a condition which is at least as strong as the one you have just imposed on Lightlands Lane. I will talk briefly about parking. Parking arrangements for the proposed development are inadequate. This is a site with poor accessibility on the outskirts of Cookham. However, the proposed development has a shortfall of 37 usable parking spaces below the full RBWM standard. To clarify the reason for this shortfall, contrary to the update from the officer's report, this development has a lot of garages between two tandem parking spaces. So that's one garage space in front of another garage space one space in front of another space in front of the garage. These were originally claimed to be part of the parking provision. They've now, because of their inaccessibility, quite rightly been removed from the calculation of required provision. This is not because the garage spaces are too small. To make things worse, many of the remaining usable parking spaces in the proposal are also in tandem. So one outer car will potentially still need to be moved to let the inner car out. This would result in additional manoeuvring, potential frequent conflict between residents of the development, and pressure to park on pavements and double yellow lines. Parking from this development can also be expected to spill over into other streets outside. Adequate parking is vital to ensure a pleasant local environment and keep residents of the development and their visitors, particularly children and the elderly, safe. We believe that it is for panel members, rather than the planning officers, to decide whether parking provision in this proposal is acceptable. In addition, the proposed development will be hazardous to cycle through due to the parking shortfall, and without a controlled crossing across the busy road of Canondown Road, without a refuge of suitable size for a bicycle, and without upgrades to the existing cycle path, it does not demonstrate safe connectivity for young pedestrians and cyclists on their routes to schools in Maidenhead and Cookham. As it stands, the proposal does not meet NPPF 135F, the RBM's own parking strategy, or the BLP policy, IF5, paragraphs 1C, safe route to school. We therefore request members that they refuse this application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
May I call Alex Hales? You press the button on the right-hand side, the light will come on and then start speaking. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, councillors. It's clear there's a lot of strong feeling about this proposal, but this is not unusual for housing developments. However, this proposal isn't just about the construction of new houses, and it's not just about Bellway Homes. is bigger than that. It's about a housing crisis. It's about a significant number of individuals and families silent or underrepresented in the planning process. As councillors, you represent the interests of the whole council area. The shortage of affordable housing is at crisis point. The need to build new homes is accepted by all the main political parties to ensure that everyone can access housing that meets their needs. In May 2023, a Freedom of Information response from this council stated that 519 people were on the Housing Needs Register. The response to a similar request in March this year stated there were 721 entries on the register. In October, there were 827. Of these, 251 are on the waiting list for housing in the Cookham area, which is greater than the number of people that have raised objection to this proposal. What will that figure be by this time next year? Young families and those in need. Homelessness remains shamefully high. What is this council and this committee going to do about it? Our proposals, sites A and sites B, will deliver 80 affordable homes in an area of significant need. Making a planning decision requires an informed judgment based on firm policies. The local plan provides these firm policies. Your officers have diligently and rigorously assessed the proposals over the last 16 months and are recommending that planning permission should be granted. This development shouldn't be controversial. The site is allocated for housing. The proposals are consistent with the stakeholder master plan, which was unanimously approved by this council after over a year of engagement with officers, the parish council and the community. The proposals are policy compliant and there are no technical objections. Just getting towards the end, but before I do, to pick up on something from the previous debate, we're very happy to agree a similar condition regarding foul and surface water drainage that was agreed previous time. That's clearly a very sensitive issue, and we see the condition suggested was very sensible. So happy to agree that if that's helpful to streamline the debate later on. So I urge you to do the right thing this evening, please, and just support your officer's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your speech. Councillor Bra, please, three minutes.
Next one. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. AL37 site was rebuilt in February 2022. Conservative administration added this site to the borough local plan despite objections from the local people. The community had made their views known on those two planning applications and wished these developments be rejected because they will have detrimental impact on the village for the reasons. We will not accept poor quality developments that are not well thought of, inappropriate, and contexts in which they are located, are questionable around traffic impacts which do not deliver or contribute to the right amounts towards the necessary level of infrastructure. I urge the committee to refuse this application. The houses we have very short front gardens, generally lacking space that's needed for development is to be acceptable in the prominent and rural location. The upstairs mason do not have gardens. These supposed to be family homes in the borough in the BLP pro forma. The parking, including the tandem parking, this will lead to residents choosing to park on the road outside their homes. And houses, these factors will combine, create excessive levels of street parking with adverse impact for services and emergency vehicles. The proposed level of parking is below the council adopted plan. The highway consultant, which was employed by the residents, has written to planning officer to raise concerns about whether the correct traffic modelling has been used. How can we be sure this has been assessed properly? I'm really astonished surprised that the highway authority are not present this evening to answer questions. Can members truly understand whether this development will not lead to severe impact and the right mitigation will be delivered to the right places at the right time? Before coming to this meeting, I tried speaking to local education authority to understand the education impacts. Nobody got back to me and can tell me if SIL will be enough to cover all projects
1 minute remaining.
It needs to. We need to know how far the pot of money will stretch, whether S106 needed to top up financial contribution, whether there are funding gaps. I wish to place this on record that should the development go ahead, in the event that there will not be sufficient funding to mitigate impacts from these houses, that the council must be required to step in and make up shortfall. We all aware the financial situation of the council. The bus service remains another concern regarding adequate bus service to serve the development. The poor service frequently, number 7 bus, are limited choices, destination. I believe the officers' report that they said there'd be £20,000 to the bus service. Will that be enough to serve the 200 homes? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Councillor Reeves, you have 3 minutes. No, Councillor Howard, sorry. Wrong councillor. My apologies. I know he's over there. Getting late. Off you go.
Our community has been generally against this development. It was imposed on us by the last Conservative administration's borough local plan, through a stakeholder master plan that was passed 2 weeks before an election, which changed the whole nature of this council. But we're not here to debate whether or not that was the right thing. It's happened. We're here to discuss the proposal, not the validity of the allocation. I'm very happy that the idea of having the same sewer condition as for Strand Park is open and is of interest to Bellway. Great, happy. Secondly, one thing that we're not happy about as a community is that if we are going to have housing, we would like family housing. We have schools, we have shops and communities to sustain, and this requires children and families to be present. And I'm really sorry, 1-bedroom maisonettes are not family houses with gardens. And that is what the stipulation in the BLP was. The reason it was stipulated was because there's so many flat developments around Maidenhead that can't deliver family housing with gardens. Yet in Cookham, we have the space, we have the ability, we would like families. So please can the panel look at increasing the number of family-sized houses with gardens in this development, especially in the affordable segment, which is 40%. The other issue is again related to children, is about the route to school, protecting our kids as they go to their secondary school along a very busy, speedy road. We would like protected crossings so our kids can cross across the road in front of the site to the one side with a pavement, which goes all the way up to the school, except it doesn't go that way because the Highways Department drove the route to school and didn't realise that kids don't go along roads. They go through footpaths and round corners, and they run across the road miles before the crossings which are there. So please look after our kids. A bus route, great, it will help, but 20k, how long does that put a bus route for? I'm not sure it makes a lot of difference. It should be 20k a year. Regarding parkings, there are no maximum parking stipulated in the 2004 parking strategy and the BLP. It says to apply flexibly, use discretion. We ask, please use your discretion and put enough parking there so that people aren't parking on corners, people aren't having to have the yellow lines enforced because no traffic wardens come to Cookham. It will not be enforced. So make the site safe, make our kids safe, and if we have to have the housing, then please do a good job of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all of the speakers. Councillors, I'm throwing it open to you to make your comments on the application. Thank you. Right, Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. Are we able to get any clarity on how far £20,000 does stretch when it comes to improving the bus service?
I can't give you that confirmation at the moment, so I don't have the answer. But what I would say is I've looked into bus stop provision at site AL 21, which is in Windsor. That was for 450 dwellings and a school. And that application, there were two applications, it was split, but the overall total was £131,000 for a bus stop, 16 improvements and increased service. So we used that figure as a starting point, and obviously double the number of houses, we half the number of houses, and then some. So half of 131, we were in territory of about 65. Take the school out of the equation, we then were settled on a £20,000 fee. So we know it can be done. We know that the amount being requested is proportionate when we look at other similar sites. And I believe the answer would be, yes, it is sufficient when the application obviously is in its fullest fruition, and there's 200 dwellings potentially there, and the bus service provider has got a kind of kickstart to get that service running. And don't forget, of course, when we consider that, we're also talking about Spencer's Farm application where there's a new primary school and clearly first primary and secondary school, which is on the verge of walking distance. Certainly a bus would be utilised for both those. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Reeves.
I realise I've only got 3 minutes, so I'll try and be brief.
You can speak as long as you like.
No, I realise
We
that.
appreciate
I was just
3 minutes, but you can speak as long as you like.
Thank you. I'll try not to. So I have been looking at some key considerations around this and do appreciate that the developer has listened to our concerns on the previous development around the foul water provision and the requirements for the infrastructure development. And I think that's really shows, I think, a sense of ownership and accountability for what they are developing within the area. So that would definitely be something that we need to include within the conditions. I noticed, so we would like that to be exactly the same and replicating the other. I had thought about this as well, and if we work out the amount of infrastructure that we're going to get for and the investment in Thames Water, it actually feels that in some way that is a additional benefit from these developments, and is the fact that actually it's going to help rectify the existing issue, and we all know there's an existing issue there that's already there. So hopefully that will be an add-on benefit to the surrounding residents when this infrastructure is actually put in place and it's improved. When I think about the open space, and I was considering that, there is actually 2 hectares of open space in there, including the basins that are going to be included, the leap and the lap. One thing that I did notice though within the leap and the lap is that there's no specific requirement for it to be containing accessible equipment. And I think that's a shortfall, and I think that should be written in, because a lot of these leaps and laps are provisioned for those children that are able-bodied children and able to use them. And I think that we need to actually correct that, and that any leap and laps that are put into developments need to consider accessibility for those children that aren't able to fully utilize a normal play equipment. So I would actually like to have that written within the provision of the leap and the lap, that is clear, that it has to have accessible equipment as well. And I think that was some of my main thoughts around this. There's also talk about there's no development until the CEMP is done. So that for people who haven't sort of read through the pack is so that we can actually give provision and allow for things like bats, nesting boxes and other biodiversity. And I can see there's also a 14% net gain, which is above the requirement as well. And I think within this particular setting, that's really important because there's a woodland trail, there's obviously wildlife around there. And I think that that definitely is something that, excuse me, sorry, that I wanted to bring up, that is clear within that there is a requirement and that condition is set out there. that actually it has to have no development at all, which is what it says. I presume no development means no groundwork, nothing at all. And if you can give me clarity that that is the case, then I'd be happy, because badgers are in the ground. And so even groundwork could create a huge disturbance. Thank you.
So are you setting down a motion, or are you just saying that you're not? Councillor Wilson, Councillor Mark Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all the public comments. Good that we seem to have largely addressed the sewage via the conditions, so I won't dwell on that. Two main concerns. I think one is around the sort of the family homes piece and almost like the format of the development. It would be very good to see more in the way of, sorry, let me just pull up the report. Referring to paragraph 1029, where we look at the mix of social, affordable and shared ownership. It is very good that we've got good numbers of social rent family houses, 2, 3 and 4 beds. But on the affordable rent, we kind of stop at 2-bedroom. And I kind of feel like there's a bit of a disconnect there. Obviously, we need social houses for those that are on the housing register, and that's excellent that we've got the family sized houses there. But for those other people who still are struggling and, but not on the housing register, but need affordable housing, we want the family homes. And we've heard from other people around, from other councillors around that. We need to be attracting young people and young families into the borough. So I would like to see more family affordable. I don't know if there's any tweaking we can do around that. Also concerned about the parking layout, just looking at the layout in detail, pretty much every house has the tandem or front to back parking, which seems a bit, then the whole thing seems a bit squashed and a bit cramped. I don't know what that would feel like to live there, but it feels like it would be very dense. It might tick the boxes, but I just wonder about the logistics of all the parking and the cars buzzing in and out and everything. Talking of cars, the other concern is around traffic impact. And this even touches into the previous application. So we've got cars coming onto Cannon Down Road, going north-south, north to the M40, south to the M4, and north we're going across, we're going under the railway bridge, which as I understand it is a give way. So concerned about traffic going through that. I've heard from some residents saying that's a bit of an accident spot. I haven't seen that mentioned particularly on the traffic report, and then obviously the concern raised about the junction further to the north. And the school access, the cycle, I mean, again, I'm a very enthusiastic advocate of active travel, and it feels like there's some cycle parking, there's a bit of cycling here and there, but essentially if you want to cycle from this development up to Cookham or down to Maidenhead, you're on the road. And that's very much a dare to cycle in my book, which is not inviting or encouraging people to cycle, which could then help resolve the car problem. So somewhat disappointed around the lack of actual cycle route provision around the development that is practical. So yeah, two concerns, I guess, that I'm interested in officers' views about the affordable housing in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I agree in regards to changing the wording of the condition to be similar as to previous application. I would personally like to see that condition on every single BLP site coming forward, because I think it's really important that we need to ensure that we do all we can to make sure that they're going to actually provide and get this right, because these sites are big. These are a lot of future residents that we're looking at, and it also affects the current residents. I actually disagree with Councillor Wilson's assessment on the housing. To see the social rent on 2, 3 and 4 bed, which are our largest waiting lists, I think is really good. The affordable rent and the shared ownership is mainly geared towards you know, young couples, maybe with one child. So I think they've actually got the mix right. And it's good to see 3 and 4 bed houses up at social. So I don't agree. It is good to see masonettes, having lived in social housing most of my life in 1-bed flats. Masonettes are a completely different kettle of fish. Lower ground floor masonettes generally have a garden. So there is that outdoor space, and it's really good to see a balcony on the first floor so that they also have some outside amenity space. Masonettes tend to be larger as well as flats, and obviously you have your own front door, which again is, you know, housing wise, it's more secure than, you know, blocks of flats that might have doors that fail to work and security measures, etc., etc. I'm not in agreement with the highways assessment, shockingly. Cookham's a village. I have family in Cookham. I know Cookham very well. I grew up in Burnham, and it's a different kettle of fish when you're talking about a site that's in a town such as Maidenhead, where people are free-flowing quite freely, going from place to place. Generally, unless you live in Cookham, you're not really going to go through Cookham. So to have a massive development like this, which is going to cause more traffic, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the junctions that are already there. Now, Cookham's roads aren't built for lots of traffic. It's a village. You know, we've got the causeway, we've got the single road running through part of the village, and I don't agree with the highways assessment. I think it is going to cause major problems. I don't think it's been thought through well enough. I mean, if it was a case of, you know, the access off this estate was towards Maidenhead only, then you might have an argument that it's not really going to affect Cookham. But I'm a bit dubious about the report, I'm not going to lie. But the site itself, I think it is well laid out. It's obviously an allocated site, but by the by, I'm just not, there's a couple of things I'm really not in agreement with and not happy with, but I'll let others debate for now.
Councillor Reeves, you want another go?
Yeah, I was thinking about on the housing split as well, listening to Councillor Taylor and Councillor Wilson's point of view around the housing split. I do actually agree with Councillor Taylor on the point that actually the two, and I think Councillor Wilson also was nodding, that actually having the 2, 3 and 4 bedroom, like the 2 and 3 bedroom houses on the social rent is actually where I think it should be pitched rightly. I think we forget, like, you know, 1 bedroom places, there are single homeless people out there, people that have gone through divorces or whatever circumstances that, you know, actually puts people into a situation where they actually do need a single, you know, bed property as well, within the affordable social environment. So I don't think we should forget that those people do exist, and they are also need to be dealt with within the housing need. So when I look at it, I'm actually fine. I feel actually quite relaxed about the way that it's set out. I think it would have been probably nicer if we could have squeezed a few more onto the social rent and be more biased towards the social rent, because that is definitely where we have a shortfall. But I'm waiting to hear from the housing officer, you know, from the planning officer about the response to Councillor Wilson's point around that. Also, could you clarify, is the Adrian Arthur's Close, is that a pedestrian? Would that be accessible for pedestrian exit from the development? I don't know the area massively well, but is that an option for walkers and for people walking towards like the shops and the schools, because they're then join into the existing estate?
Yes, that Arthur's Close is usable for cyclists, pedestrians and emergency vehicles. It's an emergency access.
Councillor Singh, then I want to say a few words. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I'm just interested in the debate, and yeah, I'm looking at these numbers, the housing numbers. Yeah, I can see how they're sort of negotiated those numbers. I mean, in the Maidenhead and the rest of the borough, I mean, we've had a decade of a lot of development, and I mean, you can see all around you in St Mary's, ward I represent, we've had loads and loads of one-bedroom flats. Currently, there's about 2,600 flats which have been approved in construction or being proposed in the town centre alone. I mean, there's a huge amount, and the majority of those are one-bedders. In all of our social housing units, a lot of them around the town, they're one bed. People are struggling. They need two beds. Developers haven't built two beds because they made more money on the one-bedders. That was policy deficiency. Now, the thing is, we have got options there. We can tweak the figures of social rent and affordable. The issue is we've got quite a lot of social rent there, and if we tinker with those figures and put more affordable, we will lose substantially more social rent properties because they obviously cost the developer a lot more to build, and obviously they're passing them off at a reduced rate to register social landlords or the local authority. What I would like to ask, there is a question. We did have one of the speakers talk about Alex Hale talking about the need in Cookham, where there's 251 people on the waiting list in Cookham, and my question is, these units that are going to be built, is there policy in place where we can allocate them to Cookham residents or borough resident, local residents first? And I just want some clarification on that, whether that need would be met with some of these units.
So I was just going to step in there. I presume you're referring to social rent here.
Social rent, yes.
Yeah. The social rent will come off the housing list. And I'm not sure if we operate the bid system here. I presume we do. So it will be according to how serious their need is and how far up the list they are. So it couldn't be, it's not necessarily going to be Cookham residents, but of course Cookham, or people that need a Cookham location, but of course they can by all means apply for the housing via the bidding process. So, and most people will bid on properties in locations that they want to live in or that they need to live in. They've got family nearby to support them and stuff like that. So generally speaking, you tend to find the bids tend to happen where people have a links.
Okay.
So, but we can't specifically say it can only be people that need a Cookham location.
But there would be borough residents, would they then, if they're not Cookham residents?
It would be borough only. Yes, it'd be off borough, be off the waiting list.
Okay.
Because as they go up the list, they get sent properties that they can bid on.
Okay.
That's my understanding. I'm not a housing officer, but I think that's how it
because
works.
that's important to see obviously the benefit, because there is pain there in Cookham. Obviously, there's going to be
it's a little bit different for shared ownership, because shared ownership depends on there being a market for it in the area. So they'll start in the local area, and then the area gets bigger if there is a lack of interest in the immediate locality.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's just a slightly different way that they're managed.
Because policy wise, what we want to see is we're trying to keep families together and children. We don't want sort of obviously build these houses and then see the numbers increase in Cookham. We've already got 251 residents and 800 residents in the borough on the housing list at the moment.
I mean, the odds sound as if it could be offered to people that do come from Cookham, but not only. people that have a link to Cookham.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing is about the bus route. The £20,000, I mean, you did discuss that earlier with Councillor Douglas. Now, can we propose an increase on that figure? A reasonable increase? I mean, it's not unheard of. I mean, we have done this before.
I'm going to step in there and I'm going to mention something called the 122 tests. The 122 tests are set out in the SIL regulations. They are laws and we have to abide by them. And one of the rules within that is that it has to be proportionate, it has to directly relate to the scheme itself. And it has to be something to overcome. Basically, it's not, when we're looking for obligations, they are very similar to planning conditions. You have to need them in the first place to make the scheme acceptable. So in this case, when Nick explained how he came to the calculations for the bus contribution, he was working out the proportionateness for the scale of this development.
Okay.
Keep in mind that the top slice is always going to be SIL, and if SIL feels, if there is an assessment made through the management of SIL that there needs to be some further improvements, the SIL funding is there as well. So that's an overarching, and that top slice is 106 comes under that.
Okay.
So I hope that clears things for you. 122 must be complied with.
Yeah, no, okay, I'll take that on board. The thing is, what I'm looking at is, I just want an understanding. The SIL, we got that. We can see the figure there. That's substantial. The £20,000. Just explain to me about that money. What period of time is that going to be provided, and what period does that cover on the bus service, but particularly the home school transport?
Ultimately, the detail hasn't been established yet. The principle has. I mean, it wouldn't make sense, obviously, to request the £20,000 on occupation of, say, 5 dwellings on site, because that wouldn't have the desired effect. So what we would do is liaise, well, we can have this discussion now as to when that 20,000 should come forward. Should it come forward on the 100th occupation, for example, where there's half capacity on site, or should it come forward at the full occupation? One thing I would say on all of the off-site highway contributions is that irrespective of whether site A or site B comes forward first, they'll be paid in their totality. So even if the smaller development comes forward, all of the off-site highway improvements, the crossings, the £186,000 will be paid irrespective of which one. So when it comes forward, that's really a matter that can be discussed now.
No, yeah, okay. I would like to see something in there, like a condition which would be locked in. Let's say, for example, 30% of the site's occupied. We would like to have a lump of that money and a bus service in place, and then we would like that service in place for 3 years. So it's got time to bed in and all the other development around, because what we don't want is a service in place. After a year, it dies, and then everybody's jumping in cars and going driving around in their cars up and down. So we want to see, we want to give it a decent runway so the service survives. For example, if it was a third of the site's occupied and they pay £20,000, then that would want that in place for 3 years, and ring fence to the bus service.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think we've got to be proportionate, has already been used as a word. It's 200 houses. The actual figure is for one service. We're talking about one service in the school run. Let's be absolutely clear what we're talking about. It's basically, there's an 8 o'clock and there's a 9 o'clock, or the 9 o'clock is like 5 minutes before 9. So, but there is a service that runs at 8:30 and it finishes at Bourne End. So the idea is to have that middle at half-hour service in the morning, in the evening. Now, to say it has to run for 3 years, I think we're getting into a level of prescription that may be beyond the remit of SIL.
Can step in a bit here.
Yeah, I'll just pass on with my colleague.
I mean, the purpose of the funding is to get the route up and running and being used. Once it's up and running and being used, it should start to become self-funding. So it's almost like starter funding, if that makes sense. If the route isn't used, and I've seen this happen elsewhere, where a lot of funding, hundreds of thousands, goes into starting new routes and so on, and then you see that every single bus is empty, it's just not a used service. So the starter funding is to encourage people to use it, to set the funding up for it, and hopefully encourage people to use that service from day one. But if it isn't viable, then clearly the funding's not there to continue to support it under those circumstances. Does that make sense? It's starter funding more than anything else.
It does.
And we're limited in how much we can ask because of the scale of the scheme.
No, I don't buy that argument.
So I think the principle would be, what we can look at is at what occupancy level should it be delivered at? Do we think it would make it more viable if we went with half the units in the scheme, or 100 units, or 50, or the scheme complete within 1 month of the scheme being completely occupied? Whatever you feel will make the scheme, that starter funding,
the thing
the
is,
most sustainable.
yeah, I mean, look, it might not only be the residents here that use it. It might be cumulative benefit. Yeah, we've got 160 dwellings there, and I'm sure, out of 160 dwellings, you're going to have a few families there, a fair few kids there. So yeah, and I think the site can take it. It's a big development. I mean, if we look at the figures there, the GDV, I think they can take a 3-year support package for bus service.
Yeah, I just one thing I'd add on this discussion. It should also be remembered that there are 4 bus stops being improved locally, and that's separate £97,000 being spent, and that will be digital timetables, shelters, etc. The current usage in the area is, believe it or not, 0.81%. But however, the travel plan is designed to significantly increase that. And I think we can all see that school children will be using that service quite readily. Yeah. So, but let's, within the discussion, be mindful of the other contributions, over £100,000 here. But still, we can.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it can take. I think it can take the hit. I understand that the bus stop's fantastic. They've got 2 bus stops going in. It's no point having a bus stop if you've got no bus. Yes. I mean, the thing is Cookham has got one of, there's no disrespect. I mean, it's got one of the worst bus services in the country. Yeah. They don't have regular buses. And if you stick the service in there morning and in the evening, the kids will jump on it and use it, and it will be it sort of self fulfills itself. But if we say, yeah, we're going to put the bus stops in 140 grand, stick the bus stops in, and we're not going to support subsidy, well, the borough's not going to support the service because the borough can't afford the services that they're running at the moment. Yeah. So I think if we can figure out a condition there, just something to think about, Nick. If you can think of a condition there, where we can put support back. I mean, we've got the developers in the room. I mean, it's a £90 million development. I mean, if they're paying £60,000 for 3 years, I don't think that's going to. Is that? Are they going to go to appeal against us on that? Yeah.
Should I say a few words on buses?
Sure.
You're all right with that? Because it's part of my cabinet brief. It's been, and I want to say a few words on the application as well. If you're finished, if you haven't finished, then you come back in. I think I'd obviously like to see more money for buses just across the borough, and it'd be nice if more came out of this development. I'll have to ask officers, the highways officers, to look at the bus route and see if it'll pay for a diversion of the existing route. Because the feel I've got for it is it might actually pay for a diversion. How long for? I don't know, because it obviously costs money to travel different routes because wear and tear on the vehicle, obviously with fuel. So I think with this, we take it away. I'm getting the feeling that councillors need to put a motion down. They may go a similar way to earlier on. I'm not trying to guide anybody, but you may. And we would need to look at that and see if it would work for 3 years. And at the moment, I don't know. We don't have one of the worst bus services in the country, councillors think. We have a very good subsidised bus service. In fact, we subsidise up to 66% of the cost on some routes. And we did actually put it up from £750,000 up to 1.4 million in this last budget, despite the financial distress the council's in. So officers have done a lot of work there, and I can ask them to look at the routes and see whether they can work something in and for how long it will work. And then, you know, if it gets to 2 years, they might want to go back to Bellway Homes and say, look, you've got an extra 10 grand, something like that. But that's the way I think we should approach it, because that's realistically, with the bus route going past, you need a bus to go there, stop at the bus stop. We've got £550,000 for bus stops as well, and capital improvements across the borough. So it's all fits together very, very nicely, potentially. The things I want to raise, that's enough on buses, because they are difficult. The commercial routes, classically what happens with buses for the public is the borough will subsidise a route, because commercial operators don't go into putting bus routes on unless it's absolutely secure. We subsidise a route, we see if the route works, and then after the routes come up to say 60, 70, 80% occupancy, then a commercial operator will seek to take it over. So there's a lot of commercial bus routes in the borough, and there's also a lot of heavily subsidised bus routes, in fact up to 66% on some routes. And one of the routes out through Cookham and Hurley and the Walthams was only having one passenger twice a week. And that's why that route was gone, because it made no financial sense, it made no environmental sense. But that's broadly how they work. We put them on, we subsidise them, we work them up, and then we look for a commercial operator to take them over. And that's how we got all our bus routes in the borough. Anyway, on the highway side, because that's part of my cabinet brief, I'm very concerned about the impact on the highway. I actually don't believe there's enough detail in this report. So we got highway safety improvements at £167,000 for pedestrian, cycling and sustainable transport improvements. For me, I'd like to see some more meat on the bone. I'd like to, see a brief outline design, nothing expensive, but it certainly doesn't give me comfort that we're going to get, well, I don't know actually what we're going to get because it's not conclusive. So that concerns me. I am worried about children walking to school, safe cycling routes to school. And my suggestion here that I wrote down was to ask one of the school, one of the senior travel planners to actually take a look at safe walking routes to school and specify just what we need. I welcome certainly a puffin crossing or a pelican crossing, but again, my question is, where's it going to go? Will it work? And I'd like to know where the intention is of putting it. I know that's a bit of a lot of detail in a planning application like this, but on this occasion, with how busy the road is going to be and with children going to First Platt School, certainly I think it's essential because my keen concern with highways and safe walking routes for children to school and cycleways is safety. And I'm not absolutely convinced we got the safety aspect covered off fully. And I would certainly like to see that before this goes through. What else? Everybody else has said a lot of other things. So I'll move on now. Councillor Wilson, please. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. So completely agree with your comments about traffic and cycling, so I won't repeat them. I'd be interested in officers' views as to how we can build that into any motion that we put forward. And just to clarify my comment about the housing, was very happy with the social. I was kind of looking to move the affordable to be more spread out, but again, very happy to be to hear other views on that. Thank you.
So Councillor Reeves. I'm going to say no motions have come out yet from the floor. At some
Right.
point, somebody has
So
to
you're
put a
not- you're
motion
not-
down
you're
and
not
decide
putting me
what
on
you
the
want to do.
You're not
Otherwise,
putting
we'll
me on
keep
the
talking.
spot, councillor Hill. Yeah,
It's 9 minutes to 10.
so the thing is, I actually was intending to put forward a motion anyway. This is why I've put my hand up. I've listened to everything everyone said. I've read through all the pack, read through the reports. There was a couple of things that I expressed, which I think are like relatively good things, but that maybe we needed additional consideration of. So, but I've also listened to about the safe route to school. I mentioned previously about Arthur Close, and actually when you look at the map, you come straight out of Arthur Close and it is a straight road to the primary school from there. There's already an existing route that the school children or primary school children could take. So I don't feel that there is a concern around the safety of children, at least going to the primary school. When going to secondary school, they are of an age that they should be utilising, for example, the bus. I know not everyone does, and parents nowadays drive their children to school and drop them off on their way to work. Potentially that's also going to happen here. And when I also read, there is a set aside a cost for the S106 work of £167,000, which is the total cost. But in addition to those measures, there's also a commitment to a signalised pedestrian crossing over White Ladies Lane, which again, because it's a pedestrian crossing, to me that also talks back to having a safe crossing or safe aspects to pedestrian travel. They also, I noticed that there are going to be improvements to the Cookham FP 32, 46 and 76, which actually is original requests changed because of Councillor Howard's suggestions. That's another £34,000 going towards that. And there are quite a number of elements of this that do actually talk to that. We already mentioned about the actual bus stops. There's 4, and it has digitalised digitalised bus information on it. At the end of the day, you can only provide a bus route, and people either get on it or they don't. And I'm afraid to say that is the nature of where we are. You cannot force somebody to get on a bus and to choose to do the bus. If you put on the provision, they have to use it, otherwise you lose it. And I'm afraid that's where we are. People aren't using it. 0.81% usage is terrible. I mean, shocking. It's not even 1% of us get on a bus. That's terrible news. So, I mean, yes, we can put all these nice bus stops in place and have the bus stop there, but people aren't getting on it, then that's the problem, not the provision of the bus. So I think with all of this said, there is, in my view, a starting point to try and encourage people to get on the buses. I think we need, as a council, need to actually do better about advertising and promoting people getting on the buses and the advantages of it whilst the service is there. But that's outside of the remit of what we're here to consider, which is we're here to consider a planning application with the addition of the requirement, the same condition on the foul water and the surface water. Also, they have attenuation basins as well to allow for surface water runoff. That's something that's not there at the moment. It's just a flat piece of ground. So that also is going to help with the local area and also control of surface water flooding. I feel that with that, and also if they could put in there about the requirement for the LEAP to include that it's accessible equipment, so they make a commitment to that. I'm going to propose that we actually go with the officer's recommendation with those conditions laid out, and that is my motion. Thank you.
That's your motion?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, I'll just ask officers, have you got Councillor Reeves' motion?
Most of it.
Most of it. Which bits haven't you got?
So obviously we're going to, same as last time, we're going to remove the condition regarding the foul water. So we're going to, and use the same ones from last time, which were, I've got here about the surface water and foul water, so limit development no higher than ground level. I've got the inclusion of accessible equipment with the LEAP. It was the middle one, sorry, I missed the runoff Oh, just those two major ones. No, yeah, so I've got the removal of the foul water condition, so I think to include the same one we had for the last one, and then the inclusion of the word accessible for equipment with the leak.
To approve with those conditions.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to put a cat amongst the pigeons, and I would want to defer and bring back to panel. I'm not happy with the highways reports. I don't agree with them. I think the impact on Cookham is going to be severe. I don't think enough has been done to look at that. I don't know how we would phrase that in a motion, but yeah, that's the motion I would want to put down.
Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Singh. Councillor Wilson?
Can I clarify? Thank you. Can I clarify a point on the deferral motion, which would effectively be to ask for a new highways report? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Then the other. Yes. No, sorry. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. The officer's going to speak about the highways report. I probably said something I shouldn't. Go on.
Okay, I think what would be important in understanding the highways report, the report that was submitted has been assessed by officers. It's been gone through to the nth degree. What I'm trying to understand here is what is it about the highways report that you believe needs further data or information, given that the report that they've submitted is pretty detailed and up to date?
Can I answer that?
Yes, if you like.
I'll answer that. I'm not doubting what the officers are saying on highways, not for 1 minute. It's a good report, but I want to know what safety improvements are that are being proposed. And I want to know what the cycling and pedestrian transport improvements are. I want to know where the Pelican or the Puffin crossing, and I'm grateful for either. I want to know where it's going to go, and I want to see a brief, I don't want absolute detail, a brief home to school transport plan, so I'm secure that the children have a safe walking route to school. So I'm just looking for some more meat on the bone with the highways report. But I'm happy with what the officers said so far.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that? Go on, you can speak. I'm going to get told off by Lee.
No, not at all, Chairman. Thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to make a suggestion in this regard, and I understand entirely where you're coming from on the detail. And I wonder if, given the officer report has and the talks about all these provisions, that you're just talking about the detail, because the provision is there, and members have spoken about that. One option would be for if the committee's minded to approve, subject to that detail, is to have that detail to come back not to the full committee, but rather to the chair, and perhaps put one or two other members to look at that detail with the developer as a kind of subject to suggestion, not as a full-on deferral, because it allows for that detail to come forward.
I'm happy with that.
In a more expeditious way and more efficient way.
So, sorry, can I just add one thing on this? If I attempt to share my screen, this is the agreed section 106 document that's on file. So this totals £167,000. So the first part of the information details how much and what it's for. These are the external highway improvements. But then if you scroll down, we've got the public transport infrastructure improvements and how much each of them costs. Then we've got the walking improvements, and there was a total cost. Then we've got the section 278 agreement for the signalised crossing. But then after that, we've got locations, and all of the locations of all of the infrastructure is in that document. So even down to exactly where the crossing points will be. This, for example, in the blue, that's the location for the signalised crossing that would then lead up to Alfred Major Playing School. I believe there's so a lot of that detail is there. But if you need more detail, then clearly we can get that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
I didn't find that.
It's in June 26.
Okay, councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up the point in 10.144, where the Highways Department were asking for some additional requests for contributions. I know each point has been sort of declined, but I wonder if we could condition some extra SIL or 106 to expand on some of the improvements to deal with some of the issues that we're raising. Can we, so as in, could we condition an increase for 106 or SIL?
Sorry.
That's all right, sorry. Just wondering if we could condition, given the Highways Department have made some additional requests and we're raising highways issues, can we condition an increase to the section 106 or SIL money to fulfil like better highways provisions?
No, the SIL money is independent of planning conditions. That's part of the legal agreement. So my understanding of this, and Katrina can correct me if I'm wrong, but the correct way forward would for a SIL request to apply the 3 SIL tests of being necessary to make development acceptable in planning terms, directly related to development, and fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to development. It's got to meet all 3 of those tests, and we've obviously got to have a reasonable amount of precision as to what we're actually asking for. But I don't believe we can use the planning conditions to ask for.
We can't ask for contributions.
Yeah, an additional contribution.
Only through.
Just to add to that, Chair, members, just one very quick point before I say anything else. You can't condition payment of contributions, and as Nick's just said, SIL's a different jurisdiction. It's all calculated separately through the SIL system. And it wouldn't be open. Members have to decide on the application that's before them. You've got the detail there. Nick's just run through the particular appendix, sorry. So in principle, that would be challengeable. It would not be defensible to condition additional things over and above what's been presented to you in the comprehensive report and the application that's been worked on. And as we've touched on, there's still some finer detail to be worked out with the highways teams. And that's where the section 106 agreement ties in with the section 278, because that agreement puts in an awful lot of technical detail. There's all sorts of standards and highway engineering, all sorts of, I'm sorry, I'm summarising, I'm not speaking very well, but I'd be very happy to run through any of the 278 agreements that come out of these type of developments, because they are incredibly detailed and lengthy documents.
Right.
And they have detailed drawings appended to them. And that is critically important when you come to the detail, because the drawings are proper engineering drawings with all the relevant standards in place. They're subject to industry standards, best practice, and also safety audits are undertaken as well. That's all built into the 278 agreement, but I'm happy to discuss that further with anyone.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, maybe this is something we take to that sort of almost subcommittee piece to work through, because I think there are concerns that have been raised tonight, which I don't think have been addressed, which is like the actual walking versus the driving walking route. and then the traffic impact at the bridge and various junctions. So if we can take that forward, then do we have a motion? I think, yeah, I'm happy to second the motion with the conditions of sewage, accessible leap, a subcommittee on transport. I think that's it, isn't it? 3, is that right?
It's really about, sorry, can you just, rather than, for the minute, a member, liaison with members through the chair and officers on the final.
Yes,
rather
however,
than subcommittee.
sorry, whatever the right
It doesn't
terminology is,
exist.
but
It's not
that
constituted. but
subsequent
it's-
review or
it's a
whatever,
Further conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you very much for that. I mean, those agreements are normally confidential. That's why they weren't on the planning portal. That's why I asked to see what the detail was, but of course I didn't see it, so I looked on the planning portal.
Just obviously, councillors, obviously you did have the motion. Obviously, there was the smart addition there from councillor Wilson. Are you happy for that to be included in the motion?
I'm not sure I quite understand why we need it.
Well, that's, I mean, that's what I just want to clarify with you,
I'm
because if
sorry,
councillor
I've
Wilson
read
is
through
seconding
this
it.
enough. There is enough detail in here about the safe route to school. Under C, it says covered in the committee report. It clearly sets out where the crossings are going to be. That's one thing that councillor Hill mentioned. Where are they going to be? It sets it out already in the plan.
Yeah.
So we don't need to go and basically go over what's already in the plan, because that is what's in there, and the plan is there. And I'm sorry, I'm sticking to my motion, and that's it.
No, that's perfect. I just wanted to
I can read
clarify.
out safe routes to school. I'm not going to take up more time. You can go in and read it, but it does clearly set out where the crossings are going to be. It sets out a traffic light pedestrian crossing as well. That will get them to First Plat School. I already mentioned that you can go through Arthur Close as well to get to the primary. Excuse me, that you can go through Arthur Close, go through to the Arthur Close, and then there's a road that leads you to the primary school in the existing estate that's already there. So I'm talking about the primary school, and then for First Plat School, it clearly sets out the route that could be safely taken by pedestrians along the existing path up towards the co-op, and where the crossings will be. So no, my motion will stay as it is, with those conditions as originally set out.
It's absolutely fine. I just wanted to clarify, obviously, so now obviously I'll go back to councillor Wilson saying, do you still wish to second the motion without the additional points that you made earlier? So it is just the conditions on, obviously, the accessible leap equipment and then the surface water foul stuff from the previous application.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask councillor Wilson and Reeves to turn the mic off?
Sorry, I was just thinking about, I'm still.
Yes, I was just thinking, all right.
Sorry, I'm thinking, I'm not sure we've got any answer whatsoever to any of the traffic issues now, if we take that.
I think I hadn't seen the section 278 agreement or the section 106 agreement until it flashed up on the screen. So we're doing that offline, not tonight. Is that right? Is that what you're suggesting?
Councillor Wilson's referring to. Sorry, can I just clarify? As Councillor Wilson refers to traffic, as opposed to the highway improvements we've just been discussing. Sorry, did I mishear you? I'm just clarifying.
Sorry, I'm probably putting two different things together. One is the highways improvements around, like crossing roads and the safe routes to school. I know there is a paragraph in safe routes to school. Questions have been raised as to either that being wrong or inadequate, which I'm not sure we've had answers to. And then also the traffic at the junctions when cars are moving away from the site, which is the traffic assessment that councillor Taylor was referring to. So there's two slightly separate things, but they relate to travel, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer those questions, councillor Wilson. In the update today, there was some commentary given about to the safe routes to school. To the south of the site, onto Cannon Down Road, there are going to be 2 pedestrian crossing points with refuge islands. So yes, they're not signalised, it's not traffic lights, but it's tactile paving. It's not there at the moment, it will be there. The road is going to be widened at quite considerable cost to accommodate these traffic islands. So basically pedestrians can stop in the middle of the road with raised curbs either side of them, wait for a clear passage and then cross. Once they've done that, there is a footpath that goes all the way down to the co-op basically. And this footpath is offset by the highway by approximately 1.5 meters, that grass verge. So once you get to the co-op in Maidenhead, there is a pelican crossing which you can then cross and make your way to First Park School. But the distance saved by having a crossing any further up the road would be, I mean, in my opinion, I don't know, but I haven't mapped it precisely, but I certainly looked on the map, negligible. Maybe 20, 30 seconds.
I'm going to take Councillor Singh next, if you can be brief, so we can move to the vote. It's nearly 10:15.
Thank you, Chair. Look, so what have we got? We got one vote on the motion on the table here to approve, and we've got Councillor Taylor's motion to bring it back to the panel, haven't we? But that needs seconding. Is that right? Now, yeah.
I still need clarification if Councillor Wilson was still happy to second Councillor Reeves' motion without the additional high risk stuff. It was just the fouls.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna put something out because I know this. Just want to see, Councillor Taylor. So your motion was to approve it subject to. So to bring it back to panel, and what condition was it that you wanted to tweak? It was the drainage, wasn't it? The drainage and separate, and there was something else. What was the other one?
So if I may interject, what I've got in front of me right here, Councillor Singh, is it was a motion from Councillor Taylor to defer, and at the time it was when we were discussing a new highways report. That's what I have in front of me.
Assess the highways report.
It was a request for a new highways report from Councillor Taylor at the time. That was what I have in front of me as a motion.
Okay. Okay. Look, what I would like to do is, we want to get it right, yeah, because it is highly contentious, and it's a big application. We want to get it right. So we got two things here. I'm a bit hung up on the buses still. So if you're gonna go back and come back, then I would say if you put a condition in on the buses and see if you can push developers a little bit more just to sharpen the pencil on the buses. That's the first thing. And then what I want to do is see if you can negotiate section 106 and have a look at these improvements. The safer roads, safer walking distance to schools, because you've got, is there puffin crossing, is it on High Road? To the primary school, there's a crossing there, and it's obviously safer route we want to First Platt School as well, secondary school. So I just want to.
Sorry, I'm just losing your thread slightly. Do apologise. We've got the detail on all the highway works in the appendices. The appendix, Nick just ran through that. So members have to deal with the application that's before them this evening. We can't go off and rejig that whole list of highway improvements. The detail's there, some of the plans are there. The detail will go into the section 278 agreement. What I was suggesting earlier on, if there was any finer detail on any of that, some liaison could happen outside of a committee structure to the chairman's satisfaction based on the information before you this evening. We can't go away and rejig the whole package of section 106 and highway works.
No, you can. If we tell you to, you can, can't you?
Sorry?
You can if we tell you to.
No, you have to deal with the application that's before you.
Yeah. But if we tell you to do it, we can. But anyway, so we've got an option of deferring it. In consultation with the chair of planning. Is that what you're saying?
That's a standalone motion from Councillor Taylor, which was to defer for for a new highway report, and then Nick took members through the detail that is before you this evening. So, Chair, you may want to check. I don't know if Councillor Taylor wants to expand further to that on the details she was looking for in a new highway report, because I think the detail that needs to be explained.
So, can you just vote on my motion? It goes through, it doesn't matter what subsequent motion is proposed. I
don't think we need a new highways report. It's all, so I'm quite happy to move to a vote. I don't think we need a new highways report. I haven't seen that before I came in the room, so that's why I said what I said, and it looks good enough to me. So I'm happy to move to a vote if councillors are happy to move to a vote. Are you happy to move to a vote? You're not. Councillor Wilson wants to speak.
I'm just waiting for the thing to go red, sorry. Yes, I'm happy to second the motion as is. And the 278 with the traffic impact, sorry, tired. What were you referring to, Chair? I would be happy to join that discussion, or if that's going on, to have some comfort that that will be reviewed, given the concerns raised, but otherwise, we've been pressing this. There are no valid reasons that this shouldn't go through, it seems.
What I'll do is I'll make a note now on my email. I'll email myself to put it on my next lead member briefing about the traffic impact on this planning application. And then officers will present to me. I'll do that. Okay. So we're going to go to a vote.
Thank you, Chair.
You ready?
Yeah. Just double checking safe routes to all the schools.
Thank you, Chair. So I am going to go to a vote now. So we have the motion on the table proposed by Councillor Reeves, seconded by Councillor Wilson, to amend the conditions as related to the similar to the one we had earlier, with surface water and foul water, limit development to no higher than ground level, and to the inclusion of accessible equipment with the lead. I will now take a vote if councillors are for approving the application, against the application, or abstaining from the vote. Councillor Baskerville. Councillor Douglas. Councillor Hill. Councillor Majid. Councillor Reeves. Councillor Gurj Singh. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Walters. Councillor Wilson. So that's 7 votes in for Chair, 2 abstentions. So the motion carries with the amended conditions. I will now go straight to a vote to whether we continue the meeting. So it's either for continuing the meeting, against continuing the meeting, or abstaining from vote. Councillor Baskerville. So that was for continuing the meeting, yes? Councillor Douglas? Councillor Hill?
Against.
Councillor Majid? Councillor Reeves? Councillor Gurj Singh? Councillor Taylor? Councillor Walters? Councillor Wilson? That is 5-4 against. So we will continue with the last item, Chair.
Okay, we'll move to the last item. Members of the public, if you want to leave, you're free to leave. Thank you for your time. The vote's to progress to the last item.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry about
That's
that.
all right.
I think Judas, what's that? Sorry, Councillor Taylor just wants to say something. I'm just going to remind myself.
What do you want?
We're just going to do the quick reminder
Yeah, just do this.
because the comments are the same.
Yep.
The MPPF is the
Yeah,
same,
just
so
go to
he's
register.
just going to ask anyone if they want to hear it again. If not, we'll move on to presentation.
So the register speakers, yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll go quick.
It's been one hell of a day.
Let's start now.
Yeah.
Is everyone here that's going to be here?
We're going to start the meeting, councillors, members of the public. We're going to start. We're going to move a little bit of pace with this one because it's quite similar to the previous application. So hopefully we won't be here for 2 hours.
Okay, this is the final item. It is on the same site, Lower Mount Farm, Cookham. It's a hybrid application for 34 dwellings, C3, with associated open space, hard and soft landscaping, SUDs, vehicle access, parking, all associated infrastructure on land off Cannon Road, also including an outline application for one self-build dwelling. Now, the case updates are identical to what we heard on the previous application. I'm happy to read through them again. No, yeah, so happy to move on. Okay, equally, the material considerations are the same, the MPPF, the borough local plan. This is part of allocated site AL 37 for an overall provision of 200 dwellings. And obviously this also included the stakeholder master plan that was adopted in March 2023. The application site, as we know, is north of Maidenhead to the south of Cookham Rise. And the constraints map again shows us that sites outside the green belt, there's footpaths nearby. There are no heritage assets on or nearby the site. Minerals safeguarding area, agricultural land, good to moderate, groundwater protection zone, entirely within flood zone 1. We've run through the locality, so I'll move on from that. We are talking about site B, not site A. Site B is 1.43 hectares. If you look at the red line, it's slightly elongated, and that is because the access will be shared. It's the same access for site A, and the nature of the red line is due to the visibility displays. So there's the application site, site B, adjacent to Southwood Road to the north. Photographs are different here. Access to Cannon Road, number 1. Number 2 shows the second access, which is part of this application. This would be a pedestrian and cycle access location, approximately where the bus stop currently is. Number 3 is within the site looking south. And the photographs here are within the field adjacent to Southwood Road, semi-mature boundary. Again, that's for context, site B. So equally, the stakeholder master plan, as it evolved, it did include site B, as you can see before you on the right-hand side. Key features, I guess, would be the tree-lined street, which is evident, and also the SUDS basin and setback from Cannon Road. So this application, again, has achieved very closely what these expectations were in the stakeholder master plan. All buildings are equal to or in excess of NDS standards. Suitable back-to-back distances, including existing neighbouring properties in Southwood Road. Parking standards have been met, including 4 visitor spaces. Biodiversity net gain has also been achieved. Equally, sustainability, the dwellings fabric post approach, U values, reduced thermal bridging, etc. All dwellings have air source heat pumps and vehicle charging points. All the houses have solar panels. Total savings, approximately 70%, carbon offset payment at 86,000. 34 dwellings, 31 houses, 3 masonettes, just 3 masonettes on this one. 70% are either 3, 4 or 5 bed houses. 27% are 2 bed. 20 market dwellings and 14 affordable dwellings. Agreed for affordable mix as well. There are only 3 masonettes in this affordable bundle. The rest are houses. So 11 houses, 3 masonettes for the affordables. Touched upon the provision of housing and the adoption of the new affordable housing SPD, and within that, there is a strong request for two-bed houses, and that has been achieved on this development. Stakeholder master plan, I've tried to indicate what was relevant here. The community orchard number 4 and the enhanced planting. Also, there is a lap feature and the tree-lined street, of course. So even on this site, there is a amenity open space provided, that being 0.33 hectares. There's an area of local play, a community orchard, a drainage feature to the south, and 31 houses with full or above garden size compliance. The 3 maisonettes have either private balconies, private ground floor space, or communal private area, shared with only one other maisonette. This is the indicative landscaping plan. It also includes an ecology buffer of 2 metres with Southwood Road to the north. So that is included, built into the scheme. Stakeholder master plan for this section of the site requested village streets and a lane link, and that has been achieved within the proposals. Again, the front gardens distances are given 2 to 3 metres, and pleased to report those have been achieved. So in the bottom left corner, that's a snapshot of the street scene. As you can see again, the gardens are evident. They are compliant with what was expected at stakeholder master plan stage. Building materials similar to what was presented previously, and I shall go through them now. So these are different CGI images. This one's from Canada Road, looking specifically at Site B. This is a lane link within Site B. Again, we've got bay windows at ground and first floor with weatherboarding, soldier courses over the window frames. A lot of details gone into these. Coining details, and flint, obviously, as a building design on the corner, external stack. Some of the street scenes, the greyed out buildings are in Site A. You can see there's a fairly spacious arrangement, visual interest through the different articulation and configurations. The Baker, I've raised this on the last application, is the only 2-bed affordable house on the site. There are 5 of these as part of this development, of the 11 houses. Again, this one's got 2 double bedrooms, first floor. Grange Butler, affordable housing, Lima. The Frammer, this is a market house. Milner, Mason. Again, you can see there's a pitched version, one with a gable, one with a normal lean-to roof. The Potter, different varieties. The Scrivenger, the Philosopher. The Sadler, this is an interesting one. This is the affordable maisonette, carport or ground floor level. Yeah, and this one over, yeah, is the last affordable on the list, other than the Tillman, with weatherboarding and hip roof variety. And that's the Walker. Very minor loss of trees on this site. 1 category B tree would be lost, the rest are category Cs. This talks about the bus route provision 37 again. The payment will be the same for this application if this is the only one that's brought forward, or if the other application came forward. So the payment will be made regardless which one came forward first. The schools, again, are obviously on that bus route as discussed. This is exactly the same slide as before. The refuge island is shown on the highlighted image to the right. Yeah, the access is exactly the same access. The junction, the impact on the wider junctions has been assessed. We have looked at this. I'm acutely aware of the concerns locally. It was looked at the borough local plan adoption stage. The numbers are certainly on the worst affected junctions, Stanley Spencer, 8 to 10% less. And yeah, we've discussed some of the other aspects. The overall vehicle movements along the pound expected at peak hour are 29 movements each way. That's 1 movement every 2 minutes. While at the Cookham Bridge, expected is one movement every 3 minutes in the AM peak. So the conclusion is, subject to conditions and legal agreement, there are no statutory or non-statutory objections to the scheme. The application adheres to the borough local plan. The lack of a 5-year land supply means the tilted balance is applied. There is no adverse harm that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the MPF policies as a whole. And therefore, the recommendation is to approve the development as set out in section 1 of the report, subject to the signing of a legal agreement, including the update sheet addendum and the planning conditions listed in section 15 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I can call the first speaker, please, which is Paul Strelensky. Or Strelesky.
For a start, I'd like to say that the level of conversation and debate here is below what we expect. I spent 7 years, 1,000 hours looking at the traffic. The knowledge is extensive. I give you a reason why my village is going to be gridlocked with 6 times the traffic. And the first question is, what can you do with 20 grand on a bus? It's not good enough. Now, I have a responsibility here to talk about other things, but if you don't look at the big issues, what's the point of the smaller issues? You can't put buses and lorries and things down the village. It gets jammed. The borough local plan traffic assessment was wrong. I can prove it. This one has got the wrong modelling software, and therefore it gives you the wrong results. That's why you need a new traffic assessment, what I asked for. It's as relevant to this application as the last one. So I'm a little bit cross because I think you should elevate your game. Okay, let me start. The stakeholder master plan, I was there. It says the current council position is Cookham's got above average in doctor and dentist capacity, and therefore the increase in 16% on Cookham rise footprint in these developments could be accommodated. I disagree. There is generally disquiet at this time about appointments in those services. It took volunteers to identify the sewage proposal was flawed. Can you hear me? Yes, sorry. It took volunteers to identify the sewage proposal was flawed, not Thames Water. If our volunteers hadn't said it, you wouldn't know that Thames Water couldn't do it. The currently hourly bus service that ends in early evening is not guaranteed. There's no provision or commitments made to improve it at other times. This fails the pro forma requiring us to reduce traffic on private cars. And I've already told you the traffic plan's big headline is to put up posters. Tandem parking leads to curbside parking. The parking in any case is 10%, over 10% below the council standard. Yet 10.11 states that the LPA is content with the parking and meets the accepted standards. It doesn't. The SUD's proposal, different from the master plan expectation, leads to the removal of much acclaimed public green space by creating attenuation ponds with steep banks and becomes mud paths. Contrary to providing green space, they provide a hazard for children. I disagree with 10.66 that the pro forma of provision of green space is met or the pro forma of leisure activity. 60% of the site's impermeable, creating surface water overload. This fails pro forma 14, requiring best practice. On the Strande Lane site, the lead flood authority asked for a relayout of the permanent parking. The borough-wide design guide requires Design Southeast to review the developments for the master plan. This was not done. I believe the site is bland. It's uninspiring. It's an eyesore at the first view of Cookham on the strategic highway that fronts it. A review may have led to a better solution. The traffic assessment shows 25% of generated traffic goes towards Cookham, 75 to Maidenhead. 3% change in that, I can show you on the model what it does to our village. And about another ×1 of jamming, because that's what happens when you're at capacity. This application can't be deemed in accordance with all relevant policies as stated in 13.2. I suggest and ask that you look at these comments, you look at the macro positions and you refuse this application.
You're over time.
Thank
Have
you.
you done? Can I call Jacqueline, please? Jacqueline Edwards to speak. Thank you.
So I'd just like to say I agree with all of the points which Paul has just made. Sitting in the audience, I've really noticed the fact that there's no ward councillor on this committee because Mandy's had to sit out, which means that very many misconceptions have not been corrected. And I'll move on at the end of this session to talk about a couple of them. I will just say, please don't forget to put your condition about sewage into this application as well as the other one. Otherwise, this one might get built whilst the other one doesn't. And I still think parking is inadequate, and it will be a nightmare to live in this development because of all the tandem parking and people moving around unnecessarily. I do want to talk about bus services since they're really quite popular at the moment. If you want people to get on buses in Cookham, you need to give them the right bus services. Our bus service comes all the way from High Wycombe. By the time it gets to Cookham on the way to Maidenhead, it's usually running late. If you have to go to school and get there within a 5-minute or 10-minute window and get a detention if you don't turn up on time, you won't take that bus service. If you put another one on, which comes all the way from High Wycombe and is late for school, people won't use it. We want local bus services which run between Cookham and Maidenhead, frequent and on time and reliable. That's what would get people off the streets or off the roads. As far as safe route to school goes, I am the mother of someone who cycles to school in First Platte every day. No one has mentioned the fact that there is a dual pedestrian cycle route across the road from the Cannon Down development. It's really important that children with bikes can cross from that development onto that cycle route. So they need appropriate refuges in the middle of the road, which can accommodate 2 or 3 bikes maybe, and some pedestrians. And they also need to, you also need to look at having a controlled crossing there, rather than expecting them to run across the road like rabbits in the morning. No one has also mentioned that the cycle route on the other side of the road needs serious upgrade. So my son cycles to school along that route every morning. That cycle route is pretty dangerous. So it has crossings where they don't have priority, and cars will stop for them because they know the local area and they know the local children. They will not necessarily do that if there are lots of extra people on the roads or new people coming into the village. It's really close on Cannon Down Road to all the traffic whizzing past, so you can have children cycling and cars going within about 6 inches of them in the opposite direction really fast. It's not safe. At the other end, and we've talked a lot about having signed controlled crossings, the children just get dumped. So they have to somehow cross the road on their bicycles onto the continuation of the cycle road on the other side of the road. There is lots you could do to improve the cycle road, because at the moment, they do not have a safe route to school.
Can you wrap up? You've had 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay, so I have finished. Thank you.
I've just called David Murray Cox to speak, please.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is David Murray Cox. I'm a director of Turley and I speak on behalf of the applicants this evening. This application follows the same stakeholder master plan document process as required by the site allocation pro forma in the adopted local plan, which followed extensive collaboration and engagement with the local community and other stakeholders, officers included. The proposals before you today are the result of the preparation of the local plan, the preparation of the SMD, the preparation of the application, and its consideration with scrutiny by your officers. The result is a scheme which for this smaller part of the allocation, site B, is policy compliant in its own right, as well as considered alongside site A, which you have determined this evening. In effect, this application is now the missing piece of the puzzle. It goes without saying that the conditions that you have considered this evening in relation to foul drainage, sewage and so on can equally be applied to a permission in respect to site B as they can to site A. On just picking up on one point that's been raised by the last speaker, the refuge within Cannon Down Road, I'm advised by our highways consultant, is specifically designed to be 3 metres wide in order to facilitate the crossing of cycles. The proposals bring forward a range of benefits. Importantly, this Site B proposal provides 35 new homes, 14 of which are affordable in a time of national housing crisis. This government is clear in its intentions to increase housing delivery and are already putting measures in place to facilitate this. Allocated sites such as this are the cornerstone of achieving that. Mr. Hales has already
1
detailed
minute remaining.
the local housing need for those on the register. Those apply equally to Site B as they did to Site A. These new homes are an important contribution to helping people off the register and into their own home. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bra?
Take Leo off again, it's a bit tedious.
I'm going to reiterate what
Can I-
councillor.
Before you start, can I ask councillor Waters to stop pressing the speak button? You shouldn't really press it until all the speakers are finished. It's yeah. I know you want to get in quick, that's fine, but should let all the speakers to finish. I'll keep cancelling if you keep putting it on. Sorry, Mandy, off you go.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to reiterate what councillor Edwards said. Cycle routes, bus routes are not good enough for 220, it's not 200 houses, now be 220 houses, Strande Park included. Safe walking school to First Flat. There's only one side of Switchback Road, which is a walking, cycling route to school. We needed a route on the other side of the road, which will take us to Nightingale Lane. So the children can, they don't use Co-op crossing, they use Nightingale Road to get to First Flat School. There's no mention of highway congestion or the bridge or the Spencer's Lane in the councillors, what I heard from this evening is, I think it's just a nightmare. If this goes through, Cookham's going to be gridlocked. That's all I'm going to say. I think I'm just wasting my time.
Thank you very much, Ken. Councillor Howard?
Well, I was very interested to hear about the consultation process that happened, and I would like to draw 2 comparisons. We've just seen a site approved for Shanley, where, to be quite frank, I found it very difficult to find anything wrong with the actual site itself, rather than the things outside it. We met several times with Shanley, who listened to what we said and built it into what they delivered. Bellway, I spent several evenings, approximately over a year, with several other people consulting and putting information through to Bellway and Turley. And I would have to say, none of it went through. And it was only when we had a good planning officer here who actually started going back through those things and addressing the issues that things start to happen. So thank you, Nick. So the planning process that Bellway adopted was, it's big business. This is money, it's big business all the way down. It's going to be built on the cheap, it's done very quick, it's maximum profit. And we're going to be left with a route to school for our secondary kids where they're running across a road which now has approximately another couple of hundred cars going through it at rush hour times. So, yeah, take the millions. You could have just left us with a safe route to school. So thank you, and we'll keep running.
Thank you very much. If I can open up the floor to councillors. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the public speakers again and councillors speaking. I would like officers to answer some of the points that have been addressed. I don't have the technical knowledge to be able to answer them. So the first one would be the traffic assessment modelling software. What is the position? That's the first one. Secondly, are we meeting parking standards or not? I'll just keep it short for the sake of the time. And what can we do about the cycle routes? Very concerned that children should be able to cycle to a secondary school. They're of the right age, and if again, it's like I say, if we want a modal shift, we have to follow desire lines and we have to make it easy. We have to invite them to cycle, not dare them to cross multiple paths and dodge cars, every day to school. What can we do about that? Thank you.
Yeah, in relation.
Yeah.
In relation to the traffic assessment, Cookham Bridge, Cookham Bridge has recently undergone upgrades to improve its capacity. We're expecting 20 vehicle movements at peak hour, approximately one movement every 3 minutes. The data that they used was based on the parish's own survey, and the parish went out there in the Barncroft report, did the survey under their own data because they questioned the first TA, and that data demonstrated that there wasn't queuing going back. Now, I'm not somebody who lives on the site. I hear what people are saying. I'm guided by the experts, and they were saying they were content that this development of 200 houses, bearing in mind the numbers of vehicles going up there, is not going to be a contributing factor to leading to severe impact. So that's that point. In terms of parking, yes, we have met the standards. I know people have raised the idea that garages aren't included. Well, that's not agreed necessarily. The manual for streets, for example, that talks about garage use. Page 109, it talks about the size of garages. Larger garages can be used for both storage of cars and bikes. Authorities now recommend a minimum of 6 by 3 metres. Yes, exactly what we've recommended in ours. They've also done a survey. Admittedly, it's slightly dated, but it's evidence, and it says 44% across England use their garages for parking of cars. Now that is in the Manual for Streets 2007. It's a fact. So we've looked into that. There is an over provision of parking on this site, so we're content with parking. Cycle upgrades. I think we've talked about, obviously, there being 2 crossings. In the stakeholder master plan, the approved document did not have a traffic light crossing on the south of this road network. So there's nothing within that yearly long process that led to there being a traffic light on Cannon Down Road. I can't revisit that. I can see the logic of it. One thing I would say is when cars come in and out of that access point in the morning, it's 30-mile-an-hour road. The 2 traffic islands will reduce car speeds, and by the very nature of cars slowing down to get in and so on and so forth, the overall car speeds in that area are unexpected to be low and lower than the normal free running 30-mile-an-hour stretch of road. Therefore, there's a better, one would imagine an easier route across the road rather than it being, say, 500 metres up towards Maidenhead where it'd be more fast moving. So the way it's designed slows traffic movements down itself. Okay.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. There's been quite a lot of strongly held and honest views expressed tonight, and lots of important points have been raised. I think both the applications we've looked at so far have been finely balanced myself, and maybe the length of debate sort of underlines that. But what I also don't think is that anyone is served by dragging this out, this process this evening, simply because I think there's nothing materially more negative about this application than there was from the previous for us to discuss. So for that reason, I'm going to propose the exact same motion that was passed on the previous site. Thank you.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me, Chairman? Such a, is this going right?
Can you speak up a little?
Yeah.
Can you speak up? Shout at the mic.
Massive development, 200 odd houses, more than 200 houses going up so close to Cookham village, which is such a famous place. Why was it decided that an environmental assessment was not required? I mean, all the traffic implications, all the things we've heard tonight, why was no environmental assessment required, decided by this council? Thank you, Chairman.
The wrong button. Why was no environmental assessment required?
Yeah, I'll answer that, Councillor Waters. It's under the threshold for an EIA assessment, environmental impact assessment. What the threshold is? Sorry, I didn't quite hear what you said.
What does that mean? You said it's below the environmental assessment. What does that mean?
Well, essentially, certain developments due to their overall size, magnitude, it would be number of dwellings, would tip the balance in needing an environmental impact assessment. It's a much broader review of the concept of environmental harm of the development. As this is 200 houses, it's comparatively quite a small site in the grand scheme of that type of development, and it's fallen underneath that threshold, and therefore there hasn't been an EIA application submitted. Then we would assess that as officers here, but it's not required. It's no statutory requirement.
Are you saying there's a number of houses? So if it was 300, will it be? I mean, this is going to have so much effect on Cookham, isn't it? Is it a number of 300 or 400?
Yes, I'll just bear with me. I will give you that answer.
Thanks.
The officer's checking the number for you, Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Waters, we'll get the answer for you, and we're going to move on and ask Councillor Baskerville to speak and work on your answer as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just listening to the debate about the traffic assessment, I was just trying to find out what the criteria was there, whether it was the average over the day or whether it's during rush hour, or what the criteria was.
I don't know. I didn't write it. I think it's another question for the planning officers once they've answered Councillor Waters' question. So we'll have to be patient.
Well, I think that one's slightly more to hand in terms of answering the traffic impact assessment. What they do is they base their figures on what's known as TRIX database. And that that's a company that go out and do surveys at different locations for things like housing, supermarkets, sports stadiums, etc. But for houses, they will visit, say, 300 or 400 sites across England, and they literally do traffic counts for 100 houses, for 200 houses, 300 houses, so they can fairly accurately predict what the traffic movements will be. So what happens is they use comparable tricks data on sites of similar size, similar ilk, elsewhere in England, and they formulate a figure of when the expected peak movements will be, and that's what they've done in this instance. So,
the only point I was going to make was that Cookham is not, I would say, not, I would say common in terms of its setup. I mean, the pound, for instance, is very narrow, and if you get two vans passing each other, they almost get gridlocked, and that adds to a backup. I've tried to get through there at rush hour, and it takes a long time, I can tell you. So I'm not sure how these figures were arrived at in terms of relevance.
Well, they've looked at where, I mean, there was obviously discussion of 75% going south, 25% going north. They've looked into where facilities are that would require movements. And yeah, of there being, so I didn't quite catch the second part of the question. What?
Well, I was just trying to ascertain, particularly at rush hour, how the figures were arrived at, because I've certainly driven through there at rush hour, and it's very, very busy, and it's quite a long wait getting through from one end of Cookham to the other. And it didn't bear any relation to what the figures you gave, I didn't think.
It's incredibly long.
So I don't quite know where we're up to. Have you answered Councillor Baskerville's question? Yeah? Well, are you happy with your answer, Councillor Baskerville?
Well, I'll just say from practical experience that my experience is rather different from the figures you were giving, that's all.
Okay. And we're still looking for an answer to Councillor Waters' question, is that right? Officers?
Yes.
It is right. Okay, I'm going to call Councillor Singh to speak whilst the activity goes here, looking for the thresholds. Councillor Singh.
Right, thank you, Chair. Chair, just two points I just wanted clarification on. I know, look, both of the ward councillors here have cited concerns again about school routes. Councillor Brass talking about Nightingale Lane and Howard talking about safe school route to First Plat. I just want some reassurance from officers whether they can categorically say that any children that are generated as a result of this development, they've got a safe walking route into school. And if appropriate provision has been put in place. Yeah, so Nick, what it is I want to raise this again about the this point has been raised again about safe school routes by both of the ward councillors, Councillor Bra and Howard. Councillor Bra's been talking about Nightingale Lane being used as a school route, and Howard is also talking about issues, concerns about children going to First Plat. I just want to get some clarification from yourselves. Can you just reassure me and say, that categorically the children have got a safe route to school? Any kids that are generated as a result of this development, appropriate provisions have been put in place?
Ultimately, I'm guided by the Highways Department on such a question.
Why
And
nobody's from highways here to ask questions then?
I can't answer on their behalf.
They should be here to answer questions.
Okay, Nick, can you answer, can you give me any explanation as a case officer? Because you must have considered these points.
So can I just step in here?
Sure, Louise.
As with any planning application, particularly planning applications, large planning applications, we will seek responses from our statutory consultees. We will weigh that they can sometimes be in conflict with each other. So we will weigh them in the round against the policies of the plan and against national policy. So in that respect, yes, it would be helpful if we had highways officers here, but it's not mandatory because our role is the case officer, as the case officer, is to put together all those statutory views, give them the appropriate weight according to the policies of the plan, because that's our area of expertise, and then report to you. So in terms of a safe route to the school, I don't think that can be guaranteed for anybody, for any child, because you can't predict what might happen. But we have provided measures that make the route safer. So there are the large traffic islands that are shown on drawings. There is the Pelican Crossing towards the other school. And in terms of the improvements, the cycle route, I don't know whether the improvements are proposed through the infrastructure delivery plan for that or not. But I do understand, that there's some concerns around that. But as far as we've been able to make it safe, we have, or rather the highways colleagues believe that we have. They haven't made any further recommendations other than that which is set out in the report and set out in the 106 contributions and in the planning guidelines. So those, I can't guarantee you anything on this because that isn't a possibility, but I can say that measures are taken to improve safety, yes.
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
I'll ask at my next lead member briefing if we can have highways officers at planning panel meetings. We always used to. Years ago, we always used to.
For an application as big as this, the highway officer should be present.
Yeah.
They always used to. There's a change in the last term. So I didn't have highways until this term. So I'll ask. I'll see what I can do. It won't help tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
Councillor, you've all got your lights on. So you've got the answer. We've got the answer. Councillor Waters, we got your answer.
Hello, Councillor Waters. Sorry for the delay there. Yeah, I mean, this is a slightly elongated situation because obviously this is for 34 dwellings, this particular application. Yeah, there was an EIA done on the larger site. So if you look at section 6.1 of the planning report, that's a screening opinion from the council under regulation 6.1 of the environmental impact assessments 2017 in respect of the residential development for up to 200 homes with associated landscaping. Yeah, okay, I'll speak, sorry. The local planning authority assessed this application and was of the view that the development was considered not to be EIA development and therefore no environmental statement was required. So it's in 6.1 of the relevant planning history. I would need to look into the decision.
I'll ask you a straight question. What was the environmental?
Councillor Waters, can you use your microphone? Can you switch it on?
Well, you could just read it out if you want.
This is such a big application. I hate to see it sliding along. What I asked was this, is that there's no environmental assessment done on this. And it said in the paper somewhere, it wasn't required. And that was decided by the local planning authority. Why wasn't it required? We have all these questions about traffic problems, quite near Cookham village, conservation area. There's all the reason in the world, in my view, that it was quite a good case to have an environmental assessment. I'm trying to decide, ask you, why was it? And you start quoting 6.1, this, that, and the other. I can't understand what you're talking about.
The officer will answer you.
Yes. The process of environmental impact assessments and environmental statements are a particular process for complex sites. So when an applicant will put together an environmental statement, what they're doing is putting together a number of documents that you would have normally submitted with other applications, but they link them because of the complexity of the site. So it will include things, it may well include things like noise assessments, transport assessments, and various other things, but because that site in its own right, usually you get them on much bigger sites, which is why we have to go and check. You'll get them on urban extensions of 4,000 dwellings and things like this, because the complexity is such, you want the documents to link to each other. So that's what an environmental impact assessment is. That doesn't mean to say there hasn't been any environmental assessment on this site at all, because clearly there has through making an assessment about the biodiversity net gain and so forth. So, and the ecology and so on. So there has been environmental assessments on this site.
That's not what
there
it says in
hasn't
the
been an
papers.
environmental statement under the environmental impact assessment regulations.
Well, it says there hasn't been an assessment.
No, what I'm explaining to you is that under the EIA legislation, the environmental impact legislation,
Yeah.
we are obliged on major schemes to do a screening exercise on all of them. And we did a screening exercise on this one, and it didn't trigger the requirement for a comprehensive environmental statement, which is a particular type of document that covers a whole host of different topics and links them.
The key word there, you said, was major scheme. Is this not a major scheme?
It will tend to be on...
Who decides what's major and what is...
Well, no, the definition of major applications is given in the legislation. So in terms of dwellings, it's 10 dwellings or more is a major application. In this case, when we get a major application, we're obliged to screen it in any event if it meets the requirements set out in Schedule 2 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations. We screened this application. It didn't need an environmental statement. We had environmental reports back on the scheme on different topics, but they didn't need to put together in such a way as that you have a comprehensive 2,000-page environmental statement report. So because the scheme didn't warrant that level. So it was screened for it, but it wasn't deemed necessary. It was screened for that, but it wasn't deemed necessary. And that's not unusual of schemes of this sort of size. The type of schemes, for example, the Maidenhead Golf Club would have an environmental statement.
Yes.
Because it's 1,500 dwellings, it's a big scheme. Whereas this scheme is a smaller scheme. It's not that, in environmental terms, it's not a power station, it's not an oil refinery, or any of the kind of things that normally have wider environmental impact issues.
Well, this has issues right on the spot with Cookham. It's going to affect that.
Not in terms of meeting the legislative requirements, it doesn't.
I think we're going to have to move on from this point.
I think so. Does that make sense generally?
It does make sense. Yeah. I think we've laboured it quite a lot. Councillor Majid.
Chairman, I did a very simple, I'm not sure, listen to Google all the time. What is the threshold for an environmental assessment? And it came up with 1 hectare is when you need to do an environmental assessment. Very simple question. I don't want to know about oil refineries or anything else. It says 1 hectare. It also says to check if you need an AI, you should request a screening opinion. So it should have been done. It's more than 1 hectare. I think it's 1.4 hectare. It's the size of the site. So could you just confirm that what this Google is saying an environmental opinion should have been done because it is more than 1 hectare on the site? A yes or a no?
Now,
Yes,
the planning officer's going to share the screen to show you.
So this is the application. This is the screening opinion from the council, Regulation 6, the environmental impact assessment, Site B, the one we're talking about now. Obviously, because it was a smaller site, I just got slightly confused with what the original question was. But this here is, just bear with me. This is the report. And basically it goes through each of the criteria and answers them accordingly. So it's quite a detailed response.
Can't read that.
No, yeah, I'm not expecting you, but I'm just giving you the indication. But I can give you the summary.
Sorry,
And
can you go back up again? Was this green opinion what? Green from the council information.
It says up,
Oh, so
up to.
that's 200 forms, so why does this come with the size rather than the number of houses?
yeah,
So it said 1 hectare on here.
yeah, that's not correct. It's 150 houses would be the trigger.
This is
Yeah.
The legislation is
This is
here,
over 200 houses, isn't it? A and B.
but we have screened it and it,
But why? Why did you decide against it with over 200 houses?
well,
Why?
without going through the report, I can't give you the precise answers. I can give you the summary, which is before you there. And that says this,
Really do. I think this is terrible. What I hear, I really do.
Yeah,
I'm at the bottom of the ship. I'm at the bottom of the ship. What's he?
Councillor Wilson, Councillor Mark Wilson.
No, thank you, Chair. Just picking up the traffic piece again, wasn't quite happy with the answer I got in terms of the modelling software. And I've just referred to the letter that's come from SW Transport Planning, which is on the planning portal, where they're specifically referring to this modelling applicable to junction 2 and the software apparently not being able to take that type of junction into account. And the previous challenge on the same software and the same point was held. So I'm kind of wondering, okay, is that valid? Is that relevant? Are we different here? You know, is this something that we could actually be taken to review and have it fall over because of that we've used the wrong software?
well, the highway officer has confirmed that they're expecting 20 vehicle movements in the AMP.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I know you've said all that. The specific point is just about the software we've used that, as I understand it, if I'm reading this letter correctly, that in another instance, that software was challenged and it was, basically it fell over, didn't work. It was challenged and it didn't stand up. So do we know out the software modelling that we used for this junction is appropriate for the junction, and that the case that's referred to as the Wickham district case, which I think speakers have referred, I've got the letter in front of me now, is it different, or are we, how is it different? How are we okay and this wasn't?
I can answer that if you like. The Wickham case is vastly different. The nature of that application is far bigger and multifaceted. It's 650 dwellings, employment land, school. It's directly associated with the A40 and sort of the strategic route with junction 3 to the M40, heavily trafficked. There's no comparison to that and the Cookham site. So I hear what is being said from the parish in relation to this, but ultimately I feel that they're not accurate in their comparison.
Okay, all right, thank you for that clarity. So in that case, if we sort of proceed and approve subject to condition with the knowledge of this, if it then goes to appeal, you're happy on the balance of probabilities, we've got a better case to defend than was in Wickham?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, we've been debating this for some time now, and where I am, I mean, there is a motion on the table to approve, and I'm sort of leaning that way to support Councillor Douglas. We've already approved one half of this, the development, 70%, and you know, we're weighing up the benefits and harm. At the moment, you know, I can't see the evidence there against it. Presumption is in the favour of the development. The borough local plan, it's in the borough local plan. And we've got to go with the evidence before us. You know, even if there is, you know, some leeway here on the highway report, it's not enough. It's not enough. You've confirmed the school routes are safe. So yeah, you know, I'll go with the motion, and I think it's, you know, feelings are strong, but look, we've done our best. We've debated this openly, transparently. No matter which way this goes, it's going to be very controversial. And if we reject it, it's going to appeal. The developer will appeal, and we will lose the appeal. So I'll go with the motion on the table, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Majid?
Chairman, I actually propose refusal due to the lack of the environmental impact assessment and a possibility of using the wrong software. Because the question was asked, which software do you use? And we started talking about Wickham and it's a different kettle of fish, etc. The question was, which software are you using? Are you using the right one or the wrong one? So I'm proposing refusal on the ground of lack of environmental impact assessment and possibility of using the wrong software for the traffic assessment.
And I beg to second, Chairman.
We have no clarification on either of them.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Yeah, that's okay. I'll take that, but Councillor Singh's here before you on this. So Councillor Singh, if you can speak first, then Councillor Wilson, and then I'll take Councillor Waters.
Yeah, I mean, my question, Councillor Majid, is, I mean, how would you square that? Because you've just voted for an application exactly on the same, virtually on the same site across the road for 160 houses. That's got no EIA report. That's got the same highways report. And the thing is that that's been approved. So we've got to show consistency. So how would you square that? But that was on the same report. Okay. Okay, fair enough.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. just want to register dissatisfaction with the, I guess, the planning documents in order to drive actual cycle infrastructure. I thought the LC whip and the sustainability SPD were fairly clear. They're clearly not, because we can't force anything through here, and the cycling provision is poor. I mean, anyway, in the interest of time, can I just confirm what the motion is? I'm not sure if we need the accessible equipment for the leap in this section.
So just to confirm, the motion on the table by councillor Douglas was to basically the exact same motion as councillor Rees is in the previous application. So it does include the leap and the accessibility of equipment. And again, like I said, we're going back to the surface water and foul water with limit developments no higher than ground level. That's all included.
Yeah. And does the accessibility point apply to this development? I'm not sure there's a leap in this, is there?
There's a lap.
There's a lap. So is it an
I was just gonna
accessibility?
say, there's a lap, and
the
we
lap.
could include the same condition for the lap, if you prefer.
But it needs to be relevant to this application, so yeah.
Okay, councillors, we've taken councillor Waters' seconding of councillor Majid's motion. We have a motion on the floor to consider first. Mikey, if you can, or the clerk, I shouldn't call you by your first name, if the clerk can read out the motion, and then we'll take a vote.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so again, this is a motion to approve planning with the conditions listed in the main report and the additional conditions in the committee update, with the amended conditions to the surface water and foul water limit development to no higher than ground level, and the inclusion of accessible with referring to lap in this application. So I will ask councillors if they are for permitting, against permitting, or abstaining from the vote. Councillor Baskerville.
For.
Councillor Douglas.
For.
Councillor Hill. For. Councillor Majid. Councillor Reeves. Councillor Gurj-Singh. Councillor Walters. Councillor Wilson. So that is 6 in favour, 2 against, so the motion carries, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the last agenda item, which is planning appeals received and planning decision report. Any comments, councillors? Do we approve those reports and those minutes? Is that agreed? Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for attending. Thank you, councillors. It's been a long night. Thank you for your patience.